Since YouTube isn't currently providing any revenue for these videos, Patreon is the only way I can keep this channel going. Support me there to help improve the content quality so I can bring you even more intense stories. Click the link in the description to join me on this journey and help us survive the apocalypse. Let's get straight into the story. Thursday, late afternoon. Still light out, maybe 6 o'clock, something like that. I'm up on the pillar, 42 feet off the ground, give or take, which is high enough that if I fall, I'm dead, but not so high that you feel like you're actually up in the sky. It's that uncomfortable middle height where you're too far up to feel safe, but close enough to the ground that your brain still thinks jumping is an option it should consider. I hate that height. I prefer either properly up there where the ground looks fake or standing on solid concrete. The in-between is just anxiety with nowhere to put itself. The job was a faulty isolator switch on one of the distribution poles running along the industrial stretch past the roundabout on Whitmore Road. That's it. Simple. I'd actually looked at the work order that morning and gone, yeah, I can knock this out in an hour, probably less. Which is why I'm here alone instead of waiting for Gareth to finish his rundown on the substation work in the estate. Gareth's my usual partner. Been working with him 3 years. He's slow and he talks too much, but he's solid. And right now, I kind of wish I'd waited for him. But I didn't, because it looked easy. My van is parked on the gravel shoulder about 15 meters below me. The government agency livery on the side, all orange and yellow. Those reflective strips you can see from half a mile in the dark. I'd put out the traffic cones, done the risk assessment form on my phone, logged the job start time. Everything by the book. And I'd climbed up and got to work and was maybe 20 minutes in when I heard it. Screaming. Not like someone screaming at something funny. Not like a kid messing about. This was the kind of sound that hits you somewhere below your thinking brain before you even have time to process what it is. A woman's voice, then a man's. Then this noise that didn't sound like either of them. More like an animal, but wrong somehow. Like something between a growl and a cry with no breath behind it. I looked left along the road toward the junction. The roundabout is maybe 200 meters away from the pole I'm working on. Far enough that details blur, close enough that I could see bodies moving. 6, 7 people, clustered in that chaotic way you see when there's a fight. Everyone backing off or surging forward at once with no coherent direction. A car had stopped at the mouth of the roundabout, engine running. Someone half hanging out the passenger door like they'd tried to get out and then thought better of it. I watched because I didn't have anywhere else to be, and frankly, there wasn't anything else to look at. One of the people in the cluster was moving differently than the others. Wrong rhythm, like a puppet with 3 of its strings cut. Lunging forward, then stopping, then lurching sideways before correcting. The others were running away from this person. I could see that clearly. 2 of them sprinted off down the street to my right. One woman in a red coat stumbled and fell, and the lurching figure dropped on top of her, and I heard her scream go from words to just noise. I thought, fight. Drugs, probably. There's a lot of that round here, especially on a Thursday evening when the week's closing and people are tired and stupid. Then one of the people who'd run came back. A man in a delivery jacket, the kind with the logo on the back, and he grabbed the lurching figure by the shoulder, trying to pull it off the woman, and the lurching figure turned and bit him in the face. Not punched, not head-butted, bit. I saw it from 200 meters away, and I still saw it clearly enough that my whole body understood what it had seen before my head caught up. The delivery man stumbled back, holding his face with both hands. The woman in the red coat was still down. The lurching figure got up off her and turned toward the car that was still idling at the roundabout entrance. And the person hanging out the passenger door screamed and scrambled back in, and the car revved hard and mounted the curb trying to get around the thing blocking the road. That was maybe 2 minutes after I first heard the screaming. I'm still up on the pole. I've stopped working. I'm just holding the isolator casing in one hand and my meter in the other, and I'm watching. 5 minutes later, and I say 5 minutes, but it could have been less. Time was doing something weird. I see the delivery man, the one who got bitten in the face. He's on his feet again. He's not running anywhere. He's not calling anyone. He's just standing in the middle of the roundabout in a crouch that doesn't look like a normal standing crouch, head tilted down, arms hanging forward. And then he lurches toward a cyclist who came around the corner with absolutely no idea what was happening. That was when I understood. Not like in a movie where the main character has a big realization moment with swelling music. It wasn't like that. It was more like my stomach understanding it before the rest of me did. Cold drop right in my guts. The world had just changed, and some part of me had already filed that information and had started drawing up the list of problems it created. I've watched zombie films. Of course I have. 28 days later, I am Legend, The Walking Dead for a while, until it got stupid. Night of the Living Dead. I even watched that one with the fast zombies, Dawn of the Dead, the remake. And me and my mate Philip spent a night arguing about fast versus slow and whether either was realistic. I'd never actually thought about it as something that could happen. That's the honest truth. It was the same category as asteroid strikes and nuclear war. Theoretically possible in the abstract, 0% relevant to Owen Calloway's actual life. Owen Calloway. That's me. 34 years old. Government electrical contractor for 6 years. Before that, I did private residential work, but the government gig pays better and comes with the van and the pension. So, I'm not married. I was for about 2 years to a woman named Claire, but that ended badly and quietly the way some things do, and we don't need to get into that now. I rent a flat above a dry cleaner's on Bayswater Terrace. I have a cat named Porkchop. I was supposed to finish this job and go home and heat up whatever was in the fridge and watch something on my laptop. I'm up a pole in my work gear and I'm watching the beginning of the end of the world from 40 feet up. And none of this is what I expected today to be. I climb down. Fast but careful. Fast and stupid would just mean I broke my ankle and died at the base of the pole, instead of wherever else I might end up dying. My hands knew what they were doing, even if my head was somewhere else entirely. That's the thing about doing a job for years. The body has its own memory. Foot here, hand here, weight shift, ladder rung. Don't look down. Don't rush the last section, because the bottom clips can be slippery on these older poles. My feet hit gravel, and I stood there for a second with the meter still in my hand, and the screaming at the roundabout was louder now. More of it. Not just 1 or 2 people anymore. There were maybe 20, 30 people visible from where I was. And the problem was spreading outward from the junction on the way a wet stain spreads on paper. Slow at the edges, unstoppable. I put my meter in my jacket pocket. I picked up the insulated cutters I'd left at the base of the pole. I grabbed my bag from the back step of the van. I got in the driver's side and sat behind the wheel for approximately 4 seconds while something in my chest that I'm going to describe as my sanity tried to catch up with the situation. Then I started the engine, and I drove. I didn't have a plan. I had a direction. Away. Away from the junction. Away from the spreading stain. I went left on Whitmore Road because right would take me toward it, and I drove until the junction was in my mirror and shrinking. I had my work phone in the cup holder. Government-issue Samsung, battered and cracked on one corner. I picked it up at a red light. Still stopping at traffic lights, imagine that. And tried to call Gareth. It rang through to voicemail. I tried my supervisor, Terry Blake, old Terry, who I'd known since my first week with the department and who always sounded irritated when the phone rang, and then switched to actually caring once he knew who it was. Voicemail. I tried the control room. There was a tone I didn't recognize. And then silence. I switched to FM radio because the radio was faster than my phone at that point. It was playing music on every station I tried except one, and on that one there was an automated alert tone going continuously. Not a voice. Just that warbling two-tone emergence signal, repeating and repeating and repeating. I know that tone. It's on the civil contingency broadcasts, the kind that have been tested twice a year since I was a kid, and that nobody has ever heard for an actual emergency. I listened to it for 10 seconds and then turned the volume down because it was making something behind my eyes tighten in a way that wasn't helping me drive. So, what did I know? I knew there were infected people. I'm going to say infected and not zombies, at least for now, because zombie is a word from films and what I saw at that junction was real, and it deserved a real word. Spreading from at least one point of origin on Whitmore Road. I knew the emergency broadcast system was running a continuous alert, which meant somebody official had activated it, which meant this wasn't just a Whitmore Road problem. I knew I had no contact with anyone I knew. I knew I was alone in a government van with a toolkit and whatever was in my lunch bag, which was a half-eaten tuna sandwich, a bruised apple, and 2 digestive biscuits I'd been saving for the drive home. That was the complete inventory of Owen Calloway's resources at approximately 6:15 on a Thursday evening. I drove. I didn't go to my flat. I thought about it for about 30 seconds and then didn't. The flat is on a busy road. 3rd floor, but the stairs are shared. The dry cleaner below me is big enough to attract attention. And Pork Chop was there, and I had a horrible 4-second visualization of what might happen to Pork Chop if one of those things got in the building. And then I had to stop thinking about Pork Chop because I needed to be thinking about driving. The roads were wrong. That's the easiest way I can describe what I was seeing as I drove west out of town. It wasn't that they were gridlocked. They weren't. Not yet, not everywhere. It was the gaps. Cars parked at odd angles that weren't really parked, more abandoned. A bus stopped in the wrong lane with the doors open. Nobody driving it. People on foot moving in groups, some running, some walking fast in that particular way. People walk when they're trying to look calm and aren't. I saw 2 police cars at an intersection, blue lights going, nobody near them. Just sitting there flashing. I slowed down and looked, and there was nobody in the cars, nobody on the street, and that was somehow worse than if there had been a crowd. I drove through. I had the radio on, still just the emergency tone, and I turned it off again. I drove west on the A road, and the signs told me I was heading toward Ulver's Cross, which is a nothing town about 15 kilometers from where I'd been working. I'd been through it a dozen times on jobs. There's a roundabout with a petrol station and a chicken shop and a business park that's mostly empty buildings. The business park is where the government energy department keeps a maintenance depot. I know that depot because I've signed tool loans from it twice. And I know it's got a gate with a keypad. And I know the code because it's the same code they've used for the last 2 years and nobody ever changes it. I wasn't thinking clearly, I want to be honest about that. I wasn't making a strategy. I was making small decisions one at a time, like, turn left here. Like, don't stop at that petrol station where those two men are standing outside in that particular way. Like, drive past that overturned bicycle and don't look at what's next to it. And one of those small decisions was, I know where a gate with a code is, and I should be behind a gate right now. So I drove to the depot. The Business Park Road was empty. Both directions, just tarmac and street lights, is already on in the evening gray. That orange glow that makes everything look like a film about a film. The depot is at the end of the road, set back behind a chain-link fence with a sliding gate. I pulled up and punched in the code, and the gate rattled and slid open, and I drove through and punched the code from the inside panel to close it behind me. Then I sat in the van with the engine off for a while. My hands were shaking. I noticed them on the steering wheel, going in this tiny, constant vibration like a phone on silent. And I thought, that's new. I'd never had shaky hands before. Not from stress. I'd had adrenaline before, nearly been electrocuted twice in 6 years, once badly enough that I sat down for 10 minutes afterwards. But never shaky hands. My hands always worked. It was the part of me I trusted most. I sat there and breathed until they stopped. Then I got out and walked around the depot. The Kaker Depot building is a big prefab unit. Corrugated metal sides, about the size of a double garage but 3 times as long. Tool storage, vehicle charging bays, a small office at one end with a desk and a kettle, and a battered sofa that somebody brought from their house years ago and which now smells like WD-40 and old coffee. I knew there'd be tools in there. I knew there'd be some food. Depots always have something. Biscuits or instant noodles or whatever people have left in the communal kitchen drawer. I also knew there were charged equipment batteries in the charging bay, which I could use for light. What I didn't know, and hadn't been thinking about until I got out of the van and started actually looking, was the secondary building. I'd been to this depot twice before, both times quick in and out jobs. And I'd only ever been in the main tool unit. I'd never gone around the back. There are several depots like this across the county, and I didn't know them all well. I just knew the ones I'd worked from. The secondary building was around the back of the main unit, set into a concrete pad that went down at a slight angle. Not obvious from the front. It was connected to the main building by a covered walkway, and there was a heavy steel door at the far end of the walkway, the kind with reinforced hinges and a number padlock. I stood outside this door and looked at it for a while. It's not unusual for utility installations to have security spec buildings. Substations have them. High-voltage storage facilities have them. But this was a maintenance depot. It stored ratchet straps and cable spools and someone's spare pair of work boots. It shouldn't have had a door that looked like it belonged on a bank vault. I tried the same keypad code. 4 digits, the department standard. The light went from red to green, and the door disengaged with a heavy, deliberate thunk, that sound of multiple bolts pulling back at once. I opened the door. The air that came out was cold. Not cold like it had been sitting shut, more like climate-controlled cold, the kind you feel when you walk into a server room or a specialist storage facility. There was a smell, too. Something plastic and fresh, like new carpeting and wrapped packaging, the smell of things that have never been opened. I felt for a light switch. Found it. Overhead LED strips flickered on in sequence from the entrance back, and they lit up a corridor that went further than I'd expected. I walked in. On the left side of the corridor, shelving units. Floor to ceiling, the heavy steel kind bolted to the wall. And on those shelves, packed tight and labeled in black marker on white tape, were water, food stores, medical supplies, tools, a row of gray plastic cases that I had to open one of to understand. And when I opened it, I found it full of radio equipment. Handheld units, charged and sealed, with a laminated instruction card on top. On the right side, 2 doors. First door opened into a room with bunk beds. 4 bunks, 2 tiers each on both walls. 8 beds total, all made up with tight military corners, blankets folded, pillows cased. A locker beneath each bunk. Lights on a separate switch. Second door, a bathroom. Not a porta-toilet situation. An actual tiled bathroom with 2 shower stalls, 2 sinks, and a toilet with a proper cistern. I turned the tap. Water came out. Cold at first, then warm. I stood with my hands under that warm water for I don't know how long. Just stood there. Back in the corridor again. More shelving further down. A generator room on the left. 2 units, fuel cans stacked beside them. A ventilation duct running up through the ceiling. A communications panel I didn't understand, mounted on the wall above a small desk with a bolted-down computer monitor showing a screensaver that was just a slow-moving green wave. At the very end of the corridor, a door marked Plant, and beyond it, more additional storage, a workshop bench with tools I'd never seen outside of specialist catalogs, and a small room off to the side that had a single chair and a table with a printed document on it, laminated, titled Facility Standing Orders, Secondary Priority Unit 7. I picked up this document and read it, or I started reading it. There were 17 pages, and I got through the first 5 before my legs started to feel wrong, and I had to sit down on the chair. What I understood from those 5 pages, this facility was built about 3 years ago as part of a government continuity program. Not a military program, civil contingency. The kind that's supposed to house essential utility workers during extended grid failures or infrastructure collapse events. It was stocked for 8 people for 90 days. It had a filtered air intake, a water supply connected to mains, but with a backup reservoir tank that held enough for the entire stay. Food supplies rated for 3 months, medical equipment, and communications gear meant for contacting other secondary facilities or the Central Continuity Command. It was supposed to be staffed within the first hours of any declared contingency event. The department would mobilize trained personnel to specific sites. But this one was empty. There was no mobilization team here, no other government workers, just the facility, fully stocked and running quietly, waiting for people who apparently had somewhere else they needed to be. I don't know why they abandoned this. I still don't. Maybe they went to a better site. Maybe the main priority facilities were considered more defensible. Maybe communications went down so fast that nobody was able to coordinate. I've thought about this more nights than I can count, and I genuinely don't know. The Facility Standing Orders document had a section about activation procedures, and it referenced a command center and a regional coordinator. But I had no way to reach either of those things, and the people who were supposed to be here weren't. I was here. That was all. I went back to the gate and pulled the van inside the inner yard. There was a smaller inner compound I hadn't noticed, a second fence with its own manual bolt, the kind of thing you'd miss on a quick visit, but that becomes very significant when you're thinking about perimeters. I bolted that inner gate, went back to the main building, locked the front door of the main tool unit behind me, went through to the secure facility corridor, pulled the steel door shut, heard those bolts engage. I sat on one of the bunks. The foam in the mattress was dense and good. The blanket smelled like it had been vacuum-packed until recently. I put my face in my hands, and I did not cry, but I made a sound that was in the same general neighborhood as crying. A long exhale through my teeth, a kind of internal shuddering that wasn't quite controlled breathing and wasn't quite anything else. Then I turned the radio on, one of the sealed handhelds from the case, and I sat with the static hissing softly through the room, and I tried to work out whether I was going to survive this. The static was consistent. No voices, no broadcasts. Just that continuous white noise that means either nobody's transmitting or nobody's left to transmit. I worked through the frequencies systematically the way the laminated card told me to. There were dedicated civil contingency channels listed, and the card said to check them in sequence. I did that for about 40 minutes. Nothing on any of them except the faint ghost of the emergency tone, still running somewhere out there, automated and brainless and continuous. I found my phone had dropped to 14% battery. I plugged it into one of the facility's USB charging ports. There were sockets along the corridor wall at desk height. The facility thought of everything. And I looked at the signal. 1 bar, no data. I tried to load a news page. It spun and then failed. I tried again, failed. Tried a plain text news site. It loaded, slow, half-formed, and what it loaded was a cached version from 3 hours earlier that just said, "Breaking, unconfirmed reports of mass civil disturbances in multiple cities," and then a series of articles that had all been published in the 20 minutes before whatever had happened to the data network. I read every one of them before the page timed out. They said, started in 3 cities simultaneously. No official cause given. Hospitals overwhelmed. Police communications disrupted. People advised to stay indoors. They said the word aggressive a lot, and the phrase infected individuals once. In a mid-article quote from an unnamed source, before the quote ended and the article continued with more careful language. Nobody was using the Z word in any of them. But they didn't need to. I'd been 40 feet up a pole with a direct sight line to the roundabout. I didn't need anyone to describe it to me. I put the phone down. I ate the other half of the tuna sandwich because my body was telling me it was hungry, and ignoring it wasn't going to make anything easier. I drank water from one of the facility's sealed bottles. I lay down on the bunk with my boots still on, because I couldn't bring myself to take them off and commit to the idea that this was a place I was staying. I stared at the ceiling of the bunk above me, close enough to touch if I raised my arm, and I thought about pork chop. I don't know why that was the thing that got me. Not my parents, who were in crew and who I hadn't spoken to in 2 weeks. Not Gareth, who I'd tried calling and couldn't reach. Not Claire, who I hadn't thought about in 8 months, and who I thought about now because she'd always made fun of me for things I didn't prepare for. It was the cat. Pork Chop, who was sitting in my flat on Bayswater Terrace right now, waiting for me to come home and open a sachet of something that smelled like fish. He was an indoor cat, and he was fat and lazy and useless, and I'd had him for 4 years, and I could not stop thinking about him. Eventually, I fell asleep. I don't know when. The lights were still on. I woke up to something. Not a sound from outside. I couldn't hear anything from outside. The facility was built to dampen external noise, and it did its job. What woke me was a feeling. You know how sometimes you wake up and something's wrong before you know what? The specific quality of the light had changed. The overhead strips dimmed to a low-level emergency setting, and the digital clock on the wall panel that I hadn't noticed before said 3:47. I lay still and listened. The facility itself had ambient sounds I was still learning. The hum of the ventilation system, low and steady. The occasional click of the water heating cycling. The generator outside its room, making no sound because it wasn't running. The facility ran on mains power by default and switched to generator only if mains failed. What I was hearing was all of that, and under it, something else. Distant, muffled by walls and fences. Coming from outside in the direction of the Business Park Road. Sound travels differently at night. I've always known that, worked enough night shift call-outs to understand how the absence of daytime noise makes things carry further. What I was hearing now was the sound of a lot of people making noise. But it was the wrong kind of noise. Not shouting, not talking. More like a continuous, formless sound. Like a crowd at a distance, except that crowds have rhythm to them, chants, calls, rising and falling. This didn't rise or fall. It just continued at the same flat level, like something that didn't breathe between sounds. I sat up on the bunk and put my feet on the floor and sat there listening to it. I didn't go outside to look. That's one thing I want to say clearly. I was not going outside to look at whatever was making that sound at 3:47 in the morning. I'm a practical man, and I understand risk assessment. I got up and I went to the comms panel, and I powered up the CCTV monitor I'd noticed earlier, but not investigated. The screen showed 4 camera feeds in a split arrangement. 2 exterior, 2 interior. The interior feeds were the corridor and the main tool unit, both showing empty rooms with the light on. The exterior feeds showed the outer gate area, the main fence with the Business Park Road visible beyond, and the inner yard where my van was sitting. The road beyond the outer gate had people on it. I sat and looked at the screen for a long time. The camera resolution wasn't great. This wasn't a high-spec installation, but I could see enough. There were figures on the road moving in that same wrong way I'd seen at the junction. Not running, not exactly walking. That lurching, forward-weighted gait that doesn't track in a straight line. They were moving generally in the direction of the business park, but not purposefully. More like water running. Taking the path of least resistance, pulled along by sound or light or something I didn't fully understand yet. The outer gate was chain link with vertical steel posts, solid enough that a person couldn't push through it. I watched several of them reach the gate and press against it. Not reaching, not climbing, just walking into it and staying there, weight on the fence. And I watched the chain link flex slightly and then hold. I counted them over the next hour. At the highest point, I counted 31 individuals pressed against or near the outer gate. By 5 a.m., the number had dropped to about 12, as some of them moved off in other directions, pulled by something I couldn't identify from the CCTV feed. 12, still there at 5 a.m., some of them had been against the fence for over an hour without moving. I went and got the facility standing orders document, and I read the next 4 pages. Section 3 was called Perimeter Assessment and Maintenance. It was written for natural disaster scenarios, flooding, structural damage. But the basic logic applied. The outer fence was rated for significant load-bearing stress. The inner gate was manual, but solid. The building itself had no ground floor windows. I'd noticed this without noticing it, the way you sometimes process details without consciously registering them. The facility's only glass was a small, reinforced observation window in the steel door itself, designed to let you see the corridor before entering. No windows for them to look through. No way in except 2 locked gates and a bolted door. I went back to the bunk and lay down with the CCTV monitor running on the desk across from me, and the sound from outside still going. faint and flat and continuous. And I lay there until morning, thinking about what came next. What came next was Friday. And I'm going to tell you about Friday properly because it's when I understood the shape of things. Not the whole shape. You don't get the whole shape for a long time, and I'm not sure I have it even now. But Friday was the day I went from being a man hiding from something to being a man living in something. Different thing entirely. Friday morning, I woke up, and the clock said 8:20, and the ambient noise from outside had dropped significantly. I could still hear it if I concentrated, but it was distant and dispersed, not the concentrated pressing sound from the middle of the night. The CCTV showed the outer gate area with two figures visible on the road, both moving slowly away from the facility. I watched until they went out of camera range and didn't come back. Then I made a list. I make lists when things are bad. Not because lists solve problems, but because they give the problems a shape. A problem with no shape is a kind of bottomless thing. A problem on paper has edges. You can start at one edge and work across. List 1. What I have, the facility itself. I spent 2 hours doing a proper inventory, going shelf by shelf, writing on a notepad I found in the desk drawer. What I found was this: water, 48 sealed 5-liter containers, plus the reservoir tank which I had to find the access to, which turned out to be a hatch in the floor of the plant room. The tank read approximately 80% full on the gauge I found on the wall. I couldn't work out the exact capacity from the gauge alone, but the standing orders document told me the tank held 2,000 liters at full. So, roughly 1,600 liters. Food. The standing orders said 90 days for 8 people. I did the maths. That was 720 person days of food. For one person, that was just under 2 years of food, if I stuck to the ration guidance in the document. I didn't open everything to count, but I found cases of MREs, military-style meal packs in tan packaging, plus vacuum-sealed dry goods, tins, electrolyte sachets, energy bars. A small section that appeared to be comfort items. Instant coffee, tea bags, sugar packets, a box of shortbread. Someone had planned this properly. I didn't know whether to feel grateful for that or whether feeling grateful was a completely wrong emotion for this situation. Medical. A full trauma kit, which I had some training in from the department's first aid requirements. Suture kit, which I did not have training in and was going to have to figure out from the instruction booklet. Antibiotics, sealed courses, labeled. Painkillers, both over-the-counter and prescription level. The prescription ones sealed and logged in a small laminated card. Anti-infection stuff. Burn treatment. An AED, which I did have training in. Several courses of water purification tablets. A manual blood pressure cuff and a blood glucose monitor with testing strips, which suggested somebody expected the occupants to be managing chronic conditions over an extended period. Tools and equipment. In the workshop at the end, there was a rack that made my eyes go wide. Not just standard electrical tools, though those were there and good quality. There were hand tools, cutting tools, fixing tools, a compact drill set, 2 types of multi-tool, wire, cable, fixings. There was rope and climbing equipment, basic stuff but functional. There was a set of lock-picking tools and a leather roll, which was not something I expected and which told me something about whoever designed this facility. There was a compact bolt cutter, heavy-duty, the kind that can cut a padlock shank. There was a collapsible carbon fiber baton, the kind security services carry. Clothing, in the lockers under each bunk, There were sealed packs of basic clothing. Socks, underwear, work trousers, base layer tops. Not fashionable. Functional. My size, roughly. The packs weren't labeled by size, but they ran small to large, and I found ones that mostly fit. Communications, the radio handhelds, plus a larger static unit mounted in the comms room, which I hadn't properly explored yet. The static unit had more range and more frequency options than the handhelds. There was also a laptop, sealed in a padded case, that appeared to be a specialist comms machine rather than a general-purpose computer. It had unusual antenna ports and a satellite modem attachment that I found in the same case. Power. Mains primary. Generator backup. I checked the generator fuel level. The fuel tanks held 400 liters of diesel, currently at approximately 3/4. I didn't know how long that would run the facility because I didn't know the generator's consumption rate, and the documentation didn't give me a number I could immediately use. That was list 1. List 2 was what I didn't have. News. Current information about what was happening. I still had 1 bar of phone signal most of the time, but no data connection. The FM channels were still just the emergency tone or dead air. The comms unit in the facility operated on different frequencies, and I'd tried civil contingency channels without success. The satellite modem might open up more options, but I didn't know how to use it, and the documentation I needed was in a section of the standing orders I hadn't reached yet. Company. I was alone. This facility was built for 8 people over 3 months. I was 1 person. The mathematics of that worked out well in terms of supplies, but the psychology of it was already starting to make itself known by Friday morning. Not in a dramatic way, more like a low-level hum, the kind that's only noticeable when everything else goes quiet. Plan. I didn't have one beyond. Stay here, stay quiet, wait for information. That's not really a plan. It's just an extended pause. But without information about what was happening outside, it was the best I had. List 2 had 3 things on it, shorter than List 1, which was the right way round. I ate an MRE for breakfast. I'd eaten them on training exercises with the department. They'd done a civil contingency readiness day 2 years ago, and we'd all been given a ration pack as part of the exercise. They're not bad once you accept that they're not food as you know it. There's a chemical heater in the pack that warms the main pouch without flame, just an exothermic reaction when you add a little water. I had chicken and rice with a side of crackers, and something that was technically fruit, but tasted like concentrated apple sadness. I drank one of the facility's coffees, and it was instant and it was hot, and that was enough. Then I went to work on the communications setup. This is where being an electrician was useful for the first time since I'd arrived. I'm not a communications specialist. My training is in power distribution, not signal systems. But I understand circuits. I understand wiring diagrams. I can look at a technical layout and follow its logic, even if I've never worked with that specific system before. The satellite modem had a setup guide in the padded case, 17 pages, and I read the whole thing before touching anything. What I needed to get the satellite system working. Power had it. The antenna deployed outside. There was a small hatch in the ceiling of the comms room that opened onto a flat roof section, and the antenna was stored folded in a mount bracket on the wall. I had to go up there through the hatch to deploy it, and a clear sky view for the signal. The flat roof section was surrounded on 2 sides by the main building and open on 2 sides, pointing south and east, which the guide said was the right orientation. I went up through the roof hatch at 10 a.m. This was the first time I'd been outside since driving the van into the inner yard. The flat roof section was above the rear of the facility building, maybe 4 meters off the ground, with the inner yard below on one side and nothing but the low external fence line of the business park visible on the other sides. I could see over the outer chain-link gate from up here. The road was quieter than the night before, but not empty. 3 figures visible, scattered, moving in their particular wrong way. One was close enough to the gate that I could see it clearly for the first time in proper daylight. I'm not going to describe it extensively. I want to be straight with you about what I saw without turning it into something it doesn't need to be. What I saw was a person, had been a person, in what were probably work clothes, some kind of dark overall, walking in that forward-tilted crouch. The head was down and slightly forward. The arms hung at a wrong angle, like something that was pulled down at the wrists rather than resting naturally. It walked into the gate and stopped, not pushing against it, just standing against it with its weight on the fence. It made no sound from this distance. Just stood there. I looked at it for maybe 10 seconds, and then I looked away, and I focused on the antenna. I got the antenna mounted and orientated according to the guide. I went back down through the hatch and connected the cables and ran the setup software on the satellite modem. It took 40 minutes and 2 separate reboots, and one point where I had to retrace the cable connection because I'd got the port assignments wrong. But at the end of it, the status light on the modem went from red to amber, and then, eventually, to green. Connection established. I sat in front of the screen, and I opened the browser, and I typed in a news site. The page loaded. I sat there and read for an hour and a half without moving. What I read, it was everywhere. Not just 3 cities. That had been the original reports, which were already outdated by the time I'd read them on my phone the night before. By Friday morning, it was 43 countries with confirmed incidents. The language in the reports was still careful. Still civilian authority careful. Words like civil emergency and uncontrolled aggressive behavior events and suspected pathogen. But some of the reports had photographs, and some of those photographs didn't need any words attached to them. The UK was in a state of national emergency declared at approximately 8 p.m. the previous evening, about 90 minutes after I'd climbed down from the pole. Most cities were under emergency guidance to shelter in place. The civil contingency broadcast had been activated nationally. Military units were being deployed in 12 major urban centers, and there were reports, not official, coming from local journalists and individuals on social media before those platforms started going dark, of the infection spreading faster than any of the official advice accounted for. The shelter-in-place guidance was premised on the idea of containable zones, of a spreading area that would eventually be cordoned. But the photographs told a different story. The infection was not in zones. It was everywhere that there were people. I read one account from a journalist in Birmingham who'd been live posting from a multi-story car park. She'd been up there since the previous afternoon. She'd written approximately 40 posts. The last one was at 2 a.m., and it said, "They don't climb. I've watched them for hours. They don't attempt stairs. They follow sound. If you are reading this, stay high, stay quiet. Don't make noise. They don't climb." And then she'd stopped posting. I sat with that for a while. They don't climb. I'd been on a pole when it started, 42 feet off the ground. That hadn't been strategy, it had been coincidence. But it told me something about this facility. The facility was 1 floor, but it was also set into the ground at one end. The rear section, the storage and bunk areas, were partially below grade. and the only access was through that heavy steel door that required a code. Even if the outer fence failed, the building itself was windowless at ground level. One coded entry door, no other way in. If they didn't climb and didn't open doors, this facility was about as defensible as anything I was likely to find. I wrote this down. It felt important to write it down, to make it concrete. I also wrote down, "They follow sound, Friday afternoon." I need to back up slightly and tell you something I glossed over in the morning's account, which is the sound situation. The facility's ventilation system drew air from outside through a filtered intake on the roof. I had not adjusted or closed this intake because I hadn't understood it yet. The intake was quiet. No noticeable sound came down through it. But it was open, which meant sound from inside could theoretically carry out through it. I didn't know if that was an actual risk, but I wasn't prepared to test it experimentally. I found the damper control for the intake in the plant room, and I set it to minimum without closing it entirely. The documentation said closing it fully would degrade air quality within hours, but I reduced the aperture. Then I spent an hour going through the facility and testing sound travel. What could be heard outside if I spoke at normal volume, at a whisper, at the volume required to work a radio? I couldn't test it properly because I couldn't get outside and inside simultaneously without leaving the door open. What I could do was get close to the air intake output on the roof and listen while the static unit inside played a signal at various volumes. I did this twice, adjusting each time. At what I'd call normal conversation volume, I thought I could hear a faint sound through the intake from the roof. I turned the comms unit volume down, and from that point on kept all audio at what I'd call deliberately quiet. The kind of volume you use when you're trying not to wake someone in the next room. Being noisy was not a survivable mistake I was willing to make once. Friday evening. I ate a proper meal, a full MRE, plus I opened one of the dry goods packs and made a basic soup from dried vegetable powder and water, more for the warmth than the taste. I sat at the comms desk and I wrote in the notebook. Not a diary exactly, more an information log. What I knew, what I'd observed, what the facility inventory was, what questions I still needed to answer. I wrote for about an hour. My handwriting, which is usually appalling, was unusually careful. I noticed this and thought, I'm trying to leave a record for someone. And then I thought, who exactly would that be for? I went to sleep at 10 p.m. and slept for 7 hours, which surprised me. I thought I'd lie awake for hours. But the body does what it needs to do, and apparently what mine needed to do was sleep. Saturday. Saturday was about understanding the perimeter. I got up at 5:30, ate breakfast, the shortbread from the comfort items pack, 2 of them, and a coffee. And I watched the CCTV while I ate. The road outside the outer gate had 4 figures moving on it at various points during the first hour, all in the wrong rhythm gait I was getting used to identifying. None of them were pressing against the gate. They moved past, pulled by whatever pulls them. I still wasn't sure. Noise mostly, based on what the journalist had written. But also maybe movement, maybe light. I didn't know enough yet. After breakfast, I did a systematic check of all the perimeter barriers starting from the inside out. The steel door from the facility corridor to the covered walkway. Solid, code-locked, bolts engaged, no issues. The covered walkway itself. Corrugated metal roof, open on both sides. This was the weakest point in terms of moving between the facility and the main tool unit. If something got into the yard, the walkway was exposed. I didn't think I could do much about that architecturally, but I noted it The main tool unit door. This was a standard industrial sliding door with a padlock hasp. The padlock was engaged, but the door itself was just steel sheet, not the reinforced security specs of the facility door. I found a set of cable ratchet ties in the tool unit and ran 3 of them through the internal door handles, looping through fixed anchor points on the wall, pulling them tight. It wouldn't stop a determined human, but it would stop a lot of weight pressing from outside. The inner yard gate, manual bolt, heavy gauge, set in concrete posts. I checked the bolt and the hinge fixings. One hinge had 2 missing bolts. I could see where they'd shaken loose over time. I found matching bolts in the tool unit's fastener bins and replaced them. Now both hinges were fully fixed. The outer gate, this was the most exposed element. Chain link with a motorized sliding mechanism, the same keypad code. The mechanism was functional, but chain link is chain link. It'll hold against a few dozen pressing against it, probably. But if the numbers built up, there was a limit. I looked at the materials I had. In the tool unit, I found 3 rolls of heavy gauge chain link fabric that had been there for some other job that never happened, plus a full set of fence clips and tensioning wire. It took me most of Saturday to do what I did next, which was to run a second layer of chain link across the inner face of the outer gate, doubled up and clipped tight. It wasn't pretty work, and it was awkward working alone. But by late afternoon, I had the gate with 2 layers of fence fabric, staggered so that the gaps didn't line up. Not impenetrable, but much harder to deform under load. I was sweating by the time I finished. I stood in the inner yard and looked at what I'd done and thought, this buys time. That's all anything does. It buys time. I went back inside and drank a lot of water and ate an energy bar and checked the CCTV again. Saturday evening, something happened that I wasn't prepared for. My phone rang. Not a call. I had no signal for calls anymore. A notification, local, a message stored in the phone from before the data went down that only synced now for some reason through the last remaining edge of the signal. From my father. Time-stamped Thursday at 8 p.m., about 2 hours after I'd driven away from the pole. It said, "Owen, love, your mom and I are at the neighbors. Call us when you see this. We're all right so far. Love, Dad." That was it. I read it several times. I tried to reply, and the message failed to send. I tried calling and got the same deadline tone I'd been getting since Thursday. I put the phone face down on the desk and sat there breathing carefully. My parents are in Crewe. That's about 60 miles north. They live in a terraced house in a quiet part of town, the kind of street where everyone knows each other and leaves Christmas cards in each other's letterboxes. My dad is 68. He's a retired civil engineer. My mom bakes too much and has a large collection of houseplants and worries about me not eating enough vegetables. They're both healthy, but they're 68 and 65. And the neighbor's house is a terraced house on a residential street. And nothing about any of that tells me they're in a good position. I kept the phone on the desk face down all evening. I read more of the standing orders document. I ate my dinner. I checked the CCTV at intervals. At 11 p.m., the road outside had a cluster of about 20 figures moving in a loose group, slow and purposeless, drifting east. I watched them until they were gone. I didn't sleep well Saturday night. Sunday I started taking the facility seriously. I'd been taking it seriously. I'd spent Saturday fixing the gate and doing the inventory, and that was all serious. But Sunday was when I started thinking about it as a long-term proposition rather than a temporary Haiti hole. The difference between hunkering down for a few days and actually surviving here for an extended period is enormous. And the gap between those two positions is about planning. The facility standing orders were written for a team of trained civil contingency staff who already knew the system. They assumed certain levels of expertise. Communications protocols I didn't know, technical procedures I'd have to figure out from scratch. But the underlying logic was clear. This facility was designed for extended occupation, and it had everything required for that. My job was to make myself the competent 8-person team that it was designed for, just compressed into one body. So, Week 1 priorities. I wrote them down. 1. Water system. Understand the main supply failover to tank. Test all taps and the shower system for flow and temperature. Note any issues. 2. Power system. Understand the generator startup procedure. Calculate approximate runtime on the fuel available. Identify any electrical faults or concerns. 3. Comms. Get the satellite system more stable. Understand the military/civil contingency frequencies that the static unit could access. Find out what was happening in the wider world. 4. Food rationing. Set a realistic daily caloric intake. Identify which supplies to use first. Don't open sealed long-term stores unless needed. 5. External observation. Build a better picture of the infection patterns around the facility. How many, which directions, what times of day? This is the kind of information that becomes critical if I ever have to go outside. 6. Medical. Read the trauma kit documentation fully. Understand what I had and what I could realistically do with it. 7. Mental health. This was on the list because I wrote it down and then stared at it and nearly crossed it out. And the fact that I nearly crossed it out told me it needed to stay. Isolation does specific things to specific kinds of minds. I knew myself reasonably well. I was not the kind of person who had a rich inner life to draw from. I was a practical man whose mental equilibrium came from physical work and routine. Without external stimulation and without company, that equilibrium was going to require maintenance. I started with the power system because that's where I'm trained, and because it gave me something structured to do with Sunday morning. The main supply came into the facility through a protected conduit that I found entering through the basement-level section of the plant room. It was a properly spec'd installation, not thrown together, done by someone who cared about it, probably the same person who'd planned the whole facility. The isolator panel was clearly labeled, and the wiring was clean and orderly. I traced every circuit. I found one section where a crimp connector was slightly loose, not a fault yet, but would become one over time. I redid it properly using tools from the workshop. The generator was a diesel unit, reasonably modern. I checked the fluid levels, the fuel filter, the battery terminals. Everything looked maintained. I did a test start. Kept it to 30 seconds because of the noise. It kicked over on the second attempt. I shut it down and noted the time it took to start and the initial running parameters on the gauges. I worked until early afternoon and then ate lunch and then kept going, because there was something about being inside a problem and working on it that stopped me thinking about things outside the problem, and that was the closest thing to peace I had access to right now. Monday. Monday is when I found the secondary inventory section. I had been through the main storage shelves thoroughly on Friday. What I hadn't done was check the floor-level cabinets below the bottom shelf level, which turned out to be because the cabinet doors had false fronts. They were made to look like the solid base of the shelving unit. I found this by accident, running my hand along the base of a shelf looking for a dropped connector I'd heard roll away from me. The false front panels had a release mechanism, a specific pressure point that you had to know was there. I found this by systematically pressing every section of the base until one of them clicked. Then the others were easy. What was in those floor-level cabinets was different from the main inventory. The main inventory was survival essentials. The floor cabinets had 3 handguns, each in a padded case, each with 2 spare magazines loaded, 2 compact semi-automatic rifles, broken down and packed, several hundred rounds of ammunition for each, sealed in waterproof cases, 4 fragmentation grenades in a separate sealed case with a warning card attached. I handled this case very carefully, set it back down, and did not open it again immediately. And one more item that I spent a long time looking at. A sealed document case, military spec waterproof, with a number code lock. The code was not in any of the standing orders documentation I had. I set the document case on the desk and looked at it. I'm an electrician. I'm not a soldier, not a government intelligence operative, not a conspiracy theorist. I've worked for the government utilities department for 6 years, and in all that time, the most classified thing I've encountered is an energy company's pricing model. But I was sitting in a hidden facility stocked with weapons and grenades, and a document case with a classified code, and my brain was doing its best to integrate all of this. Theories. 1. This was a properly resourced civil contingency facility, and the weapons were a standard component for situations where emergency staff might need to defend themselves. Plausible. The military does pre-position equipment. 2. This specific facility had been chosen for something beyond standard continuity. The business park location was unremarkable but strategically positioned, on the edge of the regional communications network, physically close to 3 major transmission corridors. I knew those corridors because I'd worked on them. If someone wanted a facility that could monitor and potentially affect power grid infrastructure over a wide area, this location made sense. 3. The people who were supposed to be here, the 8 trained staff members, had gone somewhere specific and for a specific reason. And what was in that document case was related to that reason. I didn't have enough information to know which theory was right. Possibly all 3 were partially right. I put the firearms back in the cabinets. I left the document case on the desk. I went back to the comms room, and I spent 2 hours working through the satellite system's extended frequency access, and this time I found something. Not on a civil contingency channel. On a frequency that was in a section of the spectrum the comms unit could access, but that wasn't listed in the standing orders. I found it by accident while testing the upper range of the unit's capability, scrolling through frequencies listening for anything that wasn't static, and at a particular frequency that the unit's display labeled as Restricted Band 7. I heard a voice, a brief voice. 4 seconds, maybe 5, then gone. It said, "Maintaining protocol, package secure, day 2, out," and then static. I sat with my hand on the tuning dial, and I didn't move for a while. Maintaining protocol, package secure, day 2. I tried the frequency every hour for the rest of Monday. Nothing. I wrote the words down exactly in the notebook. That night, I lay on the bunk and thought about pork chop again. And then I thought about my dad's message. And then I thought about the voice on the restricted frequency. Day 2. It had said day 2. That was Saturday, if the outbreak had started Thursday evening. Today was Monday. Whoever had said that was now on day 4. They were still out there somewhere, and they had a package, and they were maintaining some kind of protocol. I was not alone. That was the only conclusion I could draw. Somewhere in range of this facility's comms unit Someone else was still functioning, still operating, still using military-style radio discipline to report status. I fell asleep on that thought, and it was the best sleep I'd had since Thursday. Tuesday, week 1, day 5. I want to tell you about my routine because this is important and it's not dramatic, but it's what got me through. I got up at 6, not because anyone was making me, not because there was anything external requiring it. I got up at 6 because I decided I was getting up at 6. I washed my face with water from the sink. Cold, the heater not activated until I'd been up for 30 minutes. I ate a small breakfast from the ration supplies, usually an MRE component or some crackers with peanut butter from the dry goods. A coffee. Black, because the powdered milk sachets tasted wrong and I'd rather drink it straight. Then I checked the CCTV. Every morning, first thing after eating. I made notes in the notebook. How many figures visible, what direction of travel, what time. I was building a pattern map of the infected's movement around the facility, and I was starting to see things in it. They were active primarily at night and in the early hours. During the day, the road outside was usually clear for hours at a time. This was consistent with the journalist's observation about sound. During the day, there's ambient noise everywhere, traffic sounds, birds, the general background noise of a world that's still partly functional. And maybe the infected were spread thin by it, following many different noise sources in many different directions. At night, when everything went quiet, sounds carried further and traveled specific routes. My facility was quiet. The ventilation intake was on minimum. I moved carefully, avoided dropping things, didn't play audio at volumes that carried. The result was that noise-seeking figures in the night tended to press against the gate briefly and then move on when they didn't hear anything that suggested food, which is what I assumed attracted them to a location. Sounds of living things. After the CCTV check, I did physical work. This was non-negotiable. The facility had a clear floor space in the corridor, about 15 meters long if I moved the folding chairs, and I used it. Not gym-style exercise. I didn't have equipment, and I wasn't trying to maintain a fitness program. I was trying to stay functional. I did 40 minutes of movement. Walking the corridor, bodyweight exercises where I knew how to do them, carrying heavy items back and forth from storage. It felt stupid, but it helped. The body's relationship with the mind is one direction. When you're occupied with normal life, and a completely different direction when you're contained in a sealed environment. When the body goes still for extended periods, the mind starts generating its own inputs, and those inputs in this situation were not productive. Then comms. I spent at least an hour every morning on the comm system, working through the frequency ranges, listening and monitoring. I read more online. The data connection through the satellite modem was slow and inconsistent, but present. The news was getting worse in increments. Official updates were becoming less frequent and more vague, which I understood to mean that official organizations were themselves struggling. The shelter-in-place guidance was still technically in place, but there were reports of some established safe zones in northern Scotland and several offshore island locations that had managed to control access early. There was no safe zone near me. The voice on the restricted frequency was silent Monday and Tuesday. On Wednesday morning, it came back. I was in the comms room running my morning check when the frequency crackled and I heard it again. Different voice this time, younger, slightly rougher. 3 seconds. Day 5, position unchanged. Waiting for confirmation. Out. Day 5. That was today. Wednesday. 2 voices. 2 people at least. Position unchanged. They were staying somewhere, not moving. I thought about transmitting. Transmitting felt like a decision I needed to think through carefully. If they were using a restricted military frequency, they had equipment capable of locating a transmitter. If they were hostile, knowing my location was the last thing I wanted. If they were allied, whatever allied meant in this context, then making contact was potentially the most important thing I'd done since getting here. I spent Wednesday thinking about it instead of doing it. I know how that sounds, but when you have time to think, you should use it. Thursday. 1 week. 1 week since I was on the pole. I ate a slightly nicer breakfast on Thursday. I opened one of the actual good food packs, pasta carbonara, in a sealed pouch that was better than it had any right to be. And I made proper coffee by putting a filter paper over my mug and pouring hot water through some ground coffee I found in a sealed tin at the back of the food shelves. Whoever stocked this place had taste, or at least standards. 1 week since I watched those people at the junction. I tried my father's number again. Still dead. I tried Gareth. Dead. I tried 3 other numbers in my phone that I hadn't tried yet. My mate Philip from the pub quiz, my landlord, a woman named Rachel, who I'd been on 2 dates with in December and who I still texted occasionally for reasons that had never resolved into anything clear. All dead. I didn't try Claire. I thought about it and then didn't. Not for any particular reason, just it felt like the wrong moment to try that number. And I wasn't going to examine why. Thursday afternoon, I did the thing I'd been putting off all week. I read the remainder of the facility standing orders document. All 17 pages. I'd been doing it in sections, partly because the document was dense with procedures I needed to absorb slowly, and partly because the later sections were harder to read. Not technically harder. They were clear enough. Harder in a different way. The last section, Section 6, was titled Extended Isolation Protocols and Psychological Welfare. It was written in a different register from the rest of the document, not the dry procedural language of the earlier sections. Someone who knew what they were talking about had written it, and they'd written it for people who were going to be alone for a long time. It said, occupants are likely to experience 3 phases of psychological adjustment during extended isolation. The first phase, roughly the first 2 weeks, is characterized by high alert, adrenaline response, and practical problem-solving focus. This phase feels functional and purposeful. It is not a stable state. The second phase, which may begin as early as day 10 or as late as day 25, depending on individual personality type, is characterized by motivational decline, intrusive thinking, and what the document called recalibration of the self-narrative, which it described as the process of updating one's understanding of who one is in the context of severely changed circumstances. This phase is most psychologically risky. The third phase, if reached, is characterized by adaptive equilibrium, the development of new routines, meaningful self-directed tasks, and what the document called accepted uncertainty, meaning the ability to function effectively without answers to large, unresolvable questions. The document gave specific guidance for each phase. For Phase 1, use the energy productively. Focus on physical and practical tasks. Avoid making large decisions from an adrenaline baseline. For Phase 2, maintain routine even when motivation fails. Create small, achievable goals. Document thoughts in writing rather than circling them internally. Engage with meaningful work over mechanical work when possible. For Phase 3, Identify what connection to purpose looks like in this context and pursue it. It also said, you may find yourself talking to yourself. This is normal and not a sign of deterioration. The human brain processes experience through language and uses verbal externalization as a regulatory mechanism. Talking aloud in an empty space is not the same as losing one's mind. I found that section more comforting than anything else in the entire 17-page document. I was on day 5 of my version of Phase 1. Phase 2 was coming. I should prepare. Friday, Saturday of week 1 blur together a little in my memory. I was settling in. That's the phrase that keeps coming to me. Settling in. Like I'd moved somewhere new and was finding out where everything was, developing preferences, noting what worked and what didn't. I found that the bunk on the right wall, second from the end, had a slightly better mattress than the others, harder, which I prefer. I moved my things there. I found that the overhead lights in the sleeping area were too bright for comfortable late evening wind down, and I located a secondary lamp with a lower output bulb in one of the lockers. I started sleeping better. I was also starting to know the sounds of the facility the way you learn the sounds of a house you've moved into. The ventilation system had a cycle, about 40 minutes of normal draw, and then a brief, slightly louder adjustment that lasted about 4 seconds. The water heater made a soft gurgling when the thermostat kicked in, usually mid-morning. The facility had a particular silence in the early hours, 3 to 5 a.m., when even the ambient mechanical sounds seemed to drop to a lower frequency. I could tell the difference between a sound I'd heard before and a sound that was new, which is the most important skill in a confined space. New sounds require investigation. The restricted frequency was quiet, Friday and Saturday. I checked it every hour without exception. Sunday of week 1, day 7. Something that happened on Sunday that I haven't mentioned yet. I found the hidden camera footage. The comms terminal had a file directory I hadn't explored because I'd been focused on the live systems. On Sunday, I went through the directory and found a folder labeled Cam Archive with subdirectories labeled by date. The dates went back 6 months. I opened the most recent date that had content, which was Thursday evening, the day everything started. The cameras had been active in the facility before I arrived. There was footage of the facility interior from Thursday afternoon. Empty, still, all systems running. Lights on auto, the CCTV showing an empty outer yard and road. Nothing unusual. And then at 5:47 p.m., I was on the pole at this point, probably 20 minutes into the job. The door camera recorded a vehicle arriving at the outer gate. A black transit van, no markings. The gate opened on the code. 2 people got out of the van. Both in civilian clothes, no uniforms. They entered the main tool unit, appeared on the internal CCTV. A man and a woman. The man was maybe 50, heavy-set, carrying a document case. The woman was younger, athletic build, carrying nothing I could see but moving with the deliberate efficiency of someone who scanned her surroundings automatically. They went through to the facility corridor. The door camera inside showed them entering. They were in the facility for 11 minutes. During those 11 minutes, the camera recorded them going to the comms room, accessing the terminal, opening some of the floor-level storage cabinets, and then, and this was the part that held my attention, they took the document case out. The man opened it, showed something on the screen to the woman. She looked at it for a while and then nodded once. He put something into the case, closed it, locked it with a number code. They left the facility exactly as they'd found it, except they took the document case with them. And they left the case I found on the desk. A different one, 2 document cases. They took one and left one. They drove away at 5:58 p.m. 11 minutes exactly. And they left the case on the desk, the one I couldn't open. I watched this footage 4 times. I watched for details. The man, 50-ish, gray at the temples. No distinguishing marks I could see from the camera angles. He moved like someone who had been in a lot of institutional buildings, the particular economy of movement that comes from spending years in places where everything is procedural. The woman. I could see from 2 camera angles, and on the second angle she briefly looked directly at the internal CCTV camera. Not into it, not like she was making eye contact. More like she was checking that it was there. She noted it, looked away, continued. She knew about the cameras. This meant she knew anything she did in the facility would be recorded. This meant they came and went and did what they came to do, knowing it would be on film for whoever came to the facility next. They left me, or whoever came next, a locked document case on a desk. I sat with this for a long time on Sunday evening. The case was sitting on the desk in the small side room at the end of the corridor, exactly where I'd placed it after finding it. I picked it up and looked at it again. Standard military spec waterproof case, rated for submersion, with a 4-digit mechanical code lock. No labels. 4 digits. I knew the department's standard code. I tried it. Wrong. I tried my birthday, which was stupid, and I knew it was stupid while I was doing it. But what else do you try first? Wrong. I tried the facility's main gate code. Wrong. I put it back on the desk. I was not going to force it. Forcing it would probably damage whatever was inside, and it was clearly in there intentionally, and it was clearly meant for whoever was in this facility. If it was meant for me, then the code was something I should be able to figure out, which meant it was related to information I had access to. I went through the standing orders document again, looking for any numerical sequences I'd glossed over. Page 7 had a reference number for the facility itself. Unit 7, SPU 7, a facility designation. I tried the numerical parts of those designations in various combinations. Nothing. Page 3 had a contact protocol with an emergency frequency number and an extension code. The extension code was 4 digits. I tried it. The lock clicked open. Inside the case, a single folded document, printed on heavy paper, and a small sealed plastic bag containing a device I recognized as a satellite phone. Older model but functional, sealed and charged. I unfolded the document. It was short. 1 page. No header, no official seal, no identifying information. It said, "If you're reading this, you found the facility without the team. The team has gone to the Northern Grid Control Station, Whitmore Substation B, approximately 4 kilometers north. They are attempting to maintain regional power supply to keep communications infrastructure alive. This is their primary directive. The situation you're seeing is what it is. Don't try to explain it. Focus on survival. The phone in this case has 1 number pre-programmed. Use it only after day 10. Before that, the situation is too fluid for reliable contact. After day 10, call at dawn, once. If you are a government contractor or utility worker, your expertise matters. The grid needs maintenance. People need communication infrastructure. If the team fails, or you are reading this alone for other reasons, the knowledge of how to keep the grid alive may be the most important thing you have. This facility will support you. Trust it. That was all. No signature, no name. I sat there with this page in my hand, and I said nothing out loud, which was new for me because I'd been talking to myself more or less continuously for the past week. Little running commentaries on what I was doing and why, the way I imagine you'd narrate work instructions if you were training someone. I said nothing because there was nothing to say. 4 kilometers north, the Whitmore Substation B. I didn't know it specifically, but I knew there was a major substation complex in that direction. I'd worked on the feeding lines several times, knew the general layout. A team of people, the people who had been supposed to come to this facility, were at that substation trying to keep the grid up. They had been at the substation since at least Saturday at day 2, based on the radio transmissions. They were still transmitting on day 5, which was Wednesday. Today was Sunday, day 6. 4 more days until I could call the satellite phone. I folded the document and put it back in the case, and closed the case and sat there. 4 more days. I could manage 4 more days. Monday, week 2, day 8. Okay. This is where things shifted. Monday morning started fine. I did my routine. 6 a.m., wash up, eat, see CCTV check. The road outside had one figure visible, moving east, slow and purposeless as always. I made coffee. I checked the comms. And on the satellite data connection, the news aggregator site I'd been using was gone. Not down temporarily, gone, domain not resolving. The backup news site I'd found on Friday was still there, but the last update on it was 2 days old. The feeds from individual journalists that I'd bookmarked were mostly silent. 3 of them had posted final updates at varying points over the previous days, all of which said essentially, "I'm going dark for my own safety. I don't know when I'll post again. Take care of each other." The internet still existed. I could still reach some sites. But it was thinning. The web is not a single thing, obviously. It's millions of machines talking to each other. And those machines need power and maintenance and human beings who keep them running. What I was watching, page by page, was what happens when those human beings are gone or compromised or occupied with staying alive. Some things were still up. A weather site was still updating automatically. A finance site was still showing market data, though the markets had been halted and the data was frozen at the last trading session. A few international sites in countries I couldn't read were still returning content. I didn't know if they were current or cached. I made a note. Access to information is contracting. Prioritize the comms unit over the internet connection. The internet will continue to degrade. Radio signals are less infrastructure dependent. Then I went to the comms unit and I worked the frequency range in the morning check, and I found 2 new things. First, a military format broadcast on a frequency the unit could access, automated, playing on a loop. It gave grid references for what it described as secure processing points and directions to follow if approaching. There were 4 grid references. I pulled the Ordnance Survey maps from the facility's document storage. They were in a tube case in the workshop, covering the entire region. And I found the 4 grid references. They were spread over a range of about 60 kilometers. The nearest to me was approximately 35 kilometers west, near the coast. Second, the restricted frequency that I'd heard twice before. Monday morning, for the first time in 4 days, it came back. And this time it was longer. It said, Day 8, Team Status Update. Reynolds, Hartley, 2 confirmed operational, 1 wounded, stable. Position holding. Grid sections 7 and 9 are up. Sections 4 and 6 offline, cause unknown. External situation has deteriorated at the perimeter. We have company. Request any receiving station acknowledge. It repeated once, then stopped. Reynolds, Hartley, 2 names. 2 operational, 1 wounded. 3 people total? More. Grid sections 7 and 9 up. 4 and 6 offline. That was the power grid they were talking about. Those section designations matched the regional grid layout I knew from work. Sections 7 and 9 were the ones that fed the eastern and central parts of the county. 4 and 6 were the southern sectors, which included the area where my flat was. If sections 4 and 6 were offline, my flat was dark. Pork Chop had been in a dark flat since at least day 8, possibly since the beginning. I needed to stop thinking about Pork Chop. Request any receiving station acknowledge. I sat in front of the comms unit. I put my hand on the transmit button. I held it there without pressing it. Whoever this was, they were on a restricted military frequency, and they were specifically asking for contact. They had named personnel. They were describing grid status in technical terms. They were not infected. They were not civilians panicking. They were a team doing a specific job, and they needed to know if anyone was listening. I pressed the button. I said, "Received. I'm at Secondary Priority Unit 7, Day 8. 1 person, no injuries." And I let go the button. Static. 10 seconds of static. Then, SPU 7, acknowledged. "Identify yourself," I said. "Owen Calloway, electrical contractor, government utilities." I was at the facility when the outbreak began. I've been here since day 1. "What's your situation?" Another pause. Longer. I could almost feel them deciding something on the other end. Then, "Calloway, this is Hartley. We're at Substation Bravo. We're maintaining grid continuity in sections. One team member has a leg wound from the outer fence incident. Not infected, physical injury only. We have supplies for approximately 12 more days. After that, we need resupply or extraction." Hartley. "One of the names from the transmission." I said, "I have a facility here with 90-day supplies rated for 8. What do you need?" A longer pause this time. Hartley said, "What do you know about power distribution systems?" I said, "It's what I do." There was a sound on the transmission that might have been a short exhale. Then, "Stay on this frequency. We'll call you at 1400 hours. We need to talk." And then they went quiet. I sat back in the chair and I looked at the ceiling. 12 days. They had 12 days of supplies. I had 80 days of supplies for 1 person, which was the same as a smaller quantity for a larger group. I had medical equipment. I had a vehicle. I had skills they apparently needed, or at least had a use for. I was not alone. I was not alone, and I had something they needed, and that was the most significant change in my situation since I'd driven through the depot gate on Thursday evening. 1400 hours was 2 hours away. I ate lunch, a proper MRE, the full contents. And I checked the CCTV and checked the perimeter physically, and I thought. I thought about going to them versus bringing them here. I thought about whether the substation was defensible. I thought about driving 4 kilometers through territory I didn't know the current state of, with infected figures in unknown density along the route. I thought about what a team needed versus what a single person needed. I thought about my father's message. "Love, Dad." Short messages are usually either casual or urgent, and this one had the particular quality of both. Casual because that's how he wrote messages, and urgent because of the time of day he sent it. I thought about Pork Chop in the dark. At 1400, I was at the comms unit with a notebook open. Hartley came on at exactly 2 minutes past. He said, "Calloway, here's the situation. 3 of us at the substation. Me, Reynolds, and we have a civilian with us. A woman named Turner who was at the facility when we arrived. A cleaning contractor. Nothing to do with the grid work. Reynolds has a deep laceration on his leg from a metal edge during the outer fence incident 2 days ago. He's mobile but limited. The substation outer perimeter is holding, but we've had increasing pressure on it. The infected congregation around the eastern access road has grown from approximately 30 to an estimated 200 over the last 48 hours. We don't know what's attracting them to the site. I asked, "Any noise sources you haven't been able to control?" He said, "Possibly the transformer noise. The main step-down transformer on the east side runs a 60 Hz ground hum that carries about 40 meters from the housing. We can't turn it off without losing grid sections 7 and 9. I said, "So they're following the hum?" He said, "Yes, and more are coming." I said, "How are you positioned inside?" He said, "The substation has a control room building, reinforced concrete, 1 floor, sealed windows, single entry point, which we have barricaded, food and water for 12 days, I told you. Medical supplies are limited. We patched Reynolds with what we had, but he needs proper cleaning of the wound at intervals, and we're low on antiseptic." I said, "I have a full medical kit here, including antiseptic and wound care." He was quiet for a moment. He said, "What's your route from SPU 7 to the substation?" I said, "I haven't planned it yet. I have an agency van. I know the roads. Give me the grid reference and I'll look at the map tonight." He said, "Calloway, I need to ask you something." I said, "Ask." He said, "Why are you still alive?" I thought about this. I said, "I had a good location, I moved fast, and I knew a code." He said, "Most people with good locations and fast reflexes are dead or compromised by day 8. What else?" I said, "I didn't do anything stupid." He said, "That's it. That's all of it." He gave me the grid reference. It matched what I'd found on the OS map. We agreed. I would plan the route, assess the perimeter situation at my end, and we would communicate again the following morning. If the route was viable, I would attempt a supply run, bringing medical supplies and food to the substation as a first stage, then reassessing whether an extraction to the facility made more sense than fortifying the substation or some third option. He said, before signing off, "Reynolds is a good man. He'd tell you himself, but he's asleep. The wound's been hurting him, and sleep is the best thing." I said, "I'll be there tomorrow if the route's clear." He said, "That's appreciated, Calloway." And that was it. I spent Monday night on the map. I laid out the OS sheets on the floor of the main corridor. They were large enough that I needed the full width of the corridor to spread them flat. The route from the facility to the substation was not complicated in distance terms. 4 kilometers. But distance on a map and distance on the ground are different things in this situation. I was not doing a direct cross-country route. I was driving through roads and intersections with parked and abandoned vehicles and unknown densities of infected and who knows what else. The direct route north, 1 main road, Hartwell Avenue, which I knew. Commercial area for the first 2 kilometers, then transitioning to light industrial, and then the substation access road. The commercial area was the problem. Shops, a small retail park, a pub on the corner, a car wash. These were the kinds of places that attracted people in the first days. People trying to get supplies, people looking for information. And they were the kinds of places where congregations of infected were most likely. I'd seen this pattern in the data over the past week. Dense retail or commercial areas showed the highest figures in early news reports. Alternative route. East on the Business Park Road, then north on a minor road that went past a warehouse complex, and then connected to the industrial access road to the substation's rear entrance. Longer, about 6 kilometers versus 4, but avoiding the commercial strip entirely. The downside was that I didn't know the minor road well, and the warehouse complex might have its own congregation issues. I drew both routes on the map. I marked points of concern on the main route in red and the decision points on the alternative route in blue. I estimated timing for each based on a cautious vehicle speed. 10, 15 kilometers per hour through unknown territory, ready to stop or reverse at any point. I did not sleep well Monday night, not because of fear, or not only fear, something else. The feeling of being on the edge of doing something, which is different from the feeling of doing nothing but harder to sit with. Tuesday morning, day 9. I got up at 5. Pre-dawn, the external light still gray through the facility's small skylight above the hatch. The CCTV showed the outer road. 2 figures moving east. No congregation at the gate. Better than some nights. I ate. I drank coffee. I prepared. The medical supplies I was taking, a full wound care kit from the trauma case, sterile cleaning solution, gauze, proper dressings, medical tape, a suture kit I still didn't know how to use. But that was better than nothing. A course of the antibiotics I'd found in the medical section, along with dosing, instructions, plus painkillers, the stronger ones from the prescription pack. All of this packed into a carry bag that I could grab and run with if running became necessary. Food supplies. I took 2 cases of MREs, 16 packs each, and stacked them in the van. Then a selection of the dry goods, things that were caloric-dense and compact. Water, 4 of the 5-liter containers. Tools from the workshop, bolt cutters, crowbar, the compact multi-tool, extra cable and fixings that might be useful in a substation environment. The insulated work gloves from my own bag. The firearm. I opened the floor cabinet and looked at the handgun case for a long time. I didn't know how to shoot. That's the honest truth. I'd never held a gun. I'd seen them in films, and I'd done the thing where you point your finger like a child and imagine. But I'd never been trained, and I'd never practiced, and a gun you don't know how to use properly is a liability rather than an asset. The standing orders document had a brief section on the weapons, and it said, "Firearms are provided as last resort defensive tools and should only be deployed by personnel with appropriate training." I was not personnel with appropriate training. I closed the cabinet. I took the collapsible baton from the tool section instead. I put it in my jacket pocket, something heavy and extendable if I needed it close range. Not great, but better than nothing. At 6:15, I was in the van with the engine running. Gate 1 open, Gate 2 open. I drove out onto the Business Park Road. The early morning light was flat and gray, the kind of overcast that makes everything look slightly wrong, like a photograph taken under fluorescent light. The Business Park Road was empty. I drove east at about 20 kilometers per hour, windows up, keeping the engine at low revs because noise was the primary concern. I reached the turn for the minor road at the end of the business park. I turned north. The minor road was narrower than I'd expected from the map. 2 cars could pass on it, but only just. On both sides. Scrubland at first, and then the warehouse complex coming up on the right. A big distribution center, one of those enormous ones you see on industrial estates with 8 loading bays, and a car park the size of a field. The car park had people in it, a lot of them. I slowed the van to a crawl at the point where the car park became visible. The figures were moving in the particular wrong way, and there were more of them than I'd seen in one place before. 50, maybe 60. Some of them were in the far section of the car park. Some were near the fence line that ran alongside the road. I stopped the van completely and sat there. They hadn't reacted to the van. The van's engine was quiet at idle, and I was not moving. They continued their random, purposeless movement around the car park, occasionally walking into the fence and standing there for a moment before moving off. I watched for 2 minutes. None of them had looked toward the van. I put the van in gear and I moved. Slow, steady, no sudden acceleration, engine just above idle. I drove past the car park fence at 5 kilometers per hour, watching the figures in my peripheral vision rather than looking directly at them, the way you look at something you don't want to disturb. The fence held them in. They weren't pressing against it looking out. They were just circulating. It took about 40 seconds to drive past the car park. The longest 40 seconds. Beyond the warehouse complex, the road opened up into an area of flat scrubland between 2 industrial zones. And then the landscape changed again to the low-rise functional architecture of grid infrastructure. The transformers visible first, those big gray cylinders on their concrete plinths, and then the chain link topped with razor wire that surrounded the substation perimeter, and beyond it, the towers, and the cable, and the hum. I could hear the hum even through the van windows. Low and constant. A 60 hertz buzz that the body registers as much as the ears. I understood now why it was attracting them. The rear access road ran along the south side of the substation. A gate, padlocked. No CCTV that I could see on this side. I pulled up at the gate and I called Hartley on the radio I'd brought. He said, "Calloway?" I said, "I'm at your rear gate." He said, "Bloody hell. I didn't think you'd..." I said, "Is there anyone on this side of the fence?" He said, "Hold on, 30 seconds." He said, "South perimeter looks clear. The bulk of them are east and north. Get inside fast." I said, "What's the gate code?" He said it. I got out of the van, unlocked the padlock with the code. It was a combination, not a keypad. Opened the gate, drove through, got out again, locked the gate behind me. The whole sequence took about 90 seconds, and I was watching the perimeter the entire time. The substation interior was larger than I'd expected. More machinery than an untrained eye would know what to do with. But I know substations. I've worked in them. The step-down transformers, the switching equipment, the control infrastructure. It all looked familiar in that particular way of things you've been around long enough to read instinctively. I drove toward the control building, which was the only structure that looked like it had people in it. Lights on behind reinforced glass, the sort of muted activity you see through windows when people are working in a small space. A man came out of the building's single door and walked toward me. Mid-40s, work clothes, the specific worn quality of someone who hadn't slept properly in days. He walked with a slight favoring of his weight to the left that I assumed was about managing fatigue rather than any injury. He said, "Calloway." I said, "Hartley." He put his hand out and I shook it, in the firmness of that handshake, the grip of a person who was very tired and very relieved. Told me more about the last 8 days of his life than anything else could have. He said, "Come inside." Reynolds was on a folding cot in the corner of the control room. Late 40s, heavy set, a bandaged leg visible below rolled work trousers. He was awake, and he looked at me with the expression of a man who has been told someone is coming and has been not quite believing it for 24 hours. He said, "You actually came." I said, "I brought antiseptic." He laughed. Short, tired, genuine. The woman who'd been with them, Turner, was at the control panel. She was maybe 30, with the kind of careful stillness that some people develop when they've been frightened for a long time and have learned that stillness is safer. She looked at me, nodded once, and went back to monitoring whatever she was monitoring. The control room was small, maybe 5 meters by 6. The full wall of monitoring equipment on one side, a table with maps and papers, the cot where Reynolds was, 4 plastic chairs. It smelled like people who had been in a small space for 8 days, something damp and human and close. I said to Hartley, "Let me look at Reynolds first, and then we can talk about what comes next." Hartley said, "He'll argue that it's fine." Reynolds, from the cot, "It's fine." I said, "It's not fine, I can tell from here." Reynolds looked at me for a moment, and then he said, "All right then." The wound was on the outside of his lower right calf, about 8 centimeters long and not very deep, but deep enough. It had been cleaned. They'd done that much right. But the last cleaning had been 2 days ago, and it was showing early signs of the kind of low-level infection that starts when a wound isn't attended to regularly. Not dangerous yet. Becoming dangerous if left. I cleaned it. Properly, with a sterile solution, changing the dressings methodically, taking my time because rushing a wound clean is how you miss things. Reynolds sat very still through this, holding the edge of the cot and not making noise. I finished and redressed it, and told him to keep the leg elevated as much as possible. He said, "I know. I've been saying the same thing, but the grid doesn't elevate your legs for you." I said, "How many hours a day are you standing?" He said, "More than I should be." I said, "You need to sit down more." He said, "The grid?" I said, "I'm here now. Tell me what you need done and I'll do it." "You sit down." He looked at Hartley. Hartley looked at him. Something passed between them, the shorthand of people who've been working closely in a dangerous environment. Reynolds said, "All right." I sat down with them and Hartley explained the grid situation properly. Sections 7 and 9 were up and stable. They required routine monitoring and occasional adjustment of the switching equipment. Nothing complex, steady-state maintenance. Sections 4 and 6 had gone offline on day 6 when a fault had developed on the feeding line that ran through the commercial district. They didn't know the nature of the fault. Going to investigate meant going into the commercial area, which was where the infected density was highest based on everything they'd observed. Sections 2 and 8, which I knew as the northern residential and the hospital supply feeds, were borderline. They were up but showing irregular readings that suggested a developing fault somewhere upstream. If those went offline, the implications were worse than 4 and 6 going dark, because those sections fed emergency infrastructure. I said, "What do you need most right now?" In order. Hartley said, "Sections 2 and 8 stabilized. Then an assessment of what's wrong with 4 and 6. Then." He stopped. I said, "Then what?" He said, "We need to decide how long we stay here. The eastern perimeter pressure is building, and I don't know what the long-term holding capacity of this perimeter is. If we have your facility as an alternative," I said, "we should plan it, not improvise it." He said, "Agreed." We spent the afternoon at the table with the maps. This is what I mean when I say my training was suddenly the most important thing about me. I'd spent 6 years working on this grid. I knew the routes, the fault patterns, the infrastructure layout. I knew which sections were more reliable and which were aging and temperamental. Hartley and Reynolds were contingency program specialists. They knew the big picture protocols and the command structures and the emergency procedures. I knew the actual physical grid, the specific equipment, the practical details of keeping it running. Together, working through the maps and the monitoring data, we identified the most likely cause of the sections 4 and 6 fault. A switching sequence issue at a junction box about 1 kilometer into the commercial area. A junction box I had personally worked on 18 months ago. I knew its layout exactly. Hartley said, "Can you get to it?" I said, "Not safely alone. But if I had someone watching the approach and I could move fast." Reynolds said, "I'll go with you." I said, "No, you won't, your leg." Reynolds said, "I can drive. I don't need to walk, I need to drive and watch. You go in, I watch the approaches." Hartley said, "It's not a terrible idea." I said, "Let me think about it." We didn't do it Tuesday. We planned it for Wednesday and spent Tuesday evening going over the route and the junction box procedure and the contingency options if things went wrong. I ate with them at the table. Turner had put together a meal from their dwindling supplies, something with tinned tomatoes and pasta and dried herbs, simple and good. She didn't say much during dinner. I wasn't going to push her. After dinner, Hartley said, "How did you end up here?" "Really?" I told him. The pole, the junction, the van, the gate code, all of it. He said, "The code. You knew the code." I said, "I'd been to the depot twice." He said, "The code was supposed to change quarterly. It hadn't been changed in 2 years. I said, "No, it hadn't." He said, "If it had been changed..." I said, "I know." He said, "The whole thing." I said, "I know." We sat with that for a moment. He said, "Well, the code didn't change." I said, "No, it didn't." We slept in shifts at the substation that night. Hartley had set this up already, 3-hour watches, with whoever was awake monitoring both the CCTV and the comms. I took a watch from 2 to 5 a.m. I sat at the control panel in the quiet hum of the control room, and I watched the camera feeds showing the eastern perimeter, where the figures continued their slow circular gathering, and I thought, I've been alone for 8 days, and now I'm not. That's a different problem than being alone. Being alone, your decisions only affect you. Other people mean your decisions carry other people's lives in them. I thought, Reynolds' leg needs proper care for another week at least. Turner needs something. I didn't know what. She was closed and self-contained, and whatever she needed was going to take time to figure out. Hartley was holding together by the structure of the work, and the moment the work resolved, he was going to need something other than just more work to keep him functional. I thought, we have 12 days of supplies here, and 80 days at the facility. And at some point those equations become a single decision. I thought about my father's message again. Love, Dad. 2 words and a name. Efficient, because he's always been efficient. Nothing wasted. Not because he's cold, he's not cold. But because he considers language carefully and says what needs saying. I'm still alive, Dad. I didn't say it out loud because the shift watch required silence, and also because saying it out loud to no one was fine in the facility where I was alone. But here felt different. Here felt like the possibility of being heard. Wednesday. Day 10. The junction box run. I'm going to describe this in detail because it was the first time I was genuinely afraid since the first night. And being honest about fear is part of this account. We left at 7 a.m. in the window when infected activity was lowest. Reynolds was in the driver's seat with his good leg on the gas and his injured leg extended at an angle that made him look uncomfortable, but that he claimed was fine. I was in the passenger seat with the bolt cutter across my lap and the work bag on the back seat. The route to the junction box, out the rear substation gate, south on the access road to the minor road, then west along the minor road to where it intersected with the commercial strip. The junction box was at the corner of the commercial strip and a side street, in an underground vault that I'd need about 3 minutes to access and work in. The minor road was clear. The warehouse car park had fewer figures than Tuesday, maybe 20 visible. The rest presumably having dispersed in the night to follow sounds elsewhere. Reynolds drove at a steady pace, not slow enough to look like hesitation, not fast enough to make engine noise that would travel. We didn't talk. We reached the intersection with the commercial strip and stopped. From the intersection, I could see about 300 meters of the main street in both directions. The commercial strip was dense in ways I'd hoped it wouldn't be. Cars and lorries blocking both lanes in several places, shop fronts with broken windows, not all of them, but many. And figures, too many to count individually. I clocked maybe 30 in the visible stretch to my left, distributed between the road and the pavement. None of them were looking our way. The junction box vault was on the near corner of the intersection, about 40 meters from where we were stopped. I could see the access cover from the van. Round iron cover, flush with the pavement, the standard network utility type with a small hexagonal key socket. 40 meters. I had the hex key in my hand. I'd had it in my hand since the substation. I said to Reynolds, "Go to that turning on the left just before the junction box. Stop with the engine idling. Watch the street in both directions. If anything comes toward me faster than a walk, you beep once. If it's close, you beep twice, and I run to the van." Reynolds said, "And if you can't make it to the van?" I said, "I'll make it to the van." He gave me a look that was the kind of look you give someone when you disagree with their assessment, but you're not in a position to argue. He drove to the turning. I got out. The sound of my feet on the pavement was very loud to me. I know it wasn't loud. I was in work boots and I was stepping carefully. But the body amplifies its own sounds in these situations. My footfall, my breath, the slight sound of my jacket. The figures on the street had not looked in my direction. They don't react to visual, or not primarily. It's sound that draws them. Movement in the peripheral vision might register eventually, but direct visual at moderate distance didn't trigger anything I'd observed. Keep quiet. Keep moving. I reached the junction box cover. I put the hex key in and turned. The cover lifted. Underneath, the vault, about 1.5 meters deep, a ladder, the switching panel exactly where I'd left it 18 months ago. I went down. The vault smelled of groundwater and old grease. The panel had the same layout I remembered. I found the fault immediately. A tripped protection relay on the Section 4 feed. Something had caused an overcurrent, and the protection had done exactly what it was supposed to do. Isolate the fault to prevent wider damage. The question was whether there was still a fault downstream or whether it had been a transient event. I didn't have time to investigate the downstream infrastructure. What I could do was reset the relay and see if it held. I reset it. The indicators on the panel went from red to green. Section 4 was live. I moved to Section 6. The fault here was different. Not a tripped relay, but a damaged fuse link. The kind of damage you get from a sustained overload. I had spare fuse links in my work bag because I am, above everything else, a prepared electrician. I replaced it. Section 6 indicators went green. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I climbed out of the vault, replaced the cover, locked it, stood up, and there was a figure approximately 12 meters away, on the pavement, facing me. Not approaching, not reacting yet. Standing with its head slightly down, that particular weight-forward posture. It hadn't heard me because I'd been down in the vault, and the vault had damped the sound. But I was now standing on the pavement, above ground, 2 steps from the vault cover, and it was 12 meters away. I did not move. The van horn sounded. 1 beep. Reynolds had seen it. I still didn't move. The figure turned its head slightly, toward the van. The van's engine was idling, the softest, most consistent sound in the area. The figure took one step toward the van. I walked deliberately and without hurry, back toward the van, 15 meters to my left. The figure was moving toward the van from the right. Diverging paths. I reached the van door and got in, and Reynolds was already moving before the door fully closed. He didn't beep again because there was nothing to beep at. The figure continued toward where the van had been and then stood in the middle of the intersection, looking at nothing. We drove back to the substation without speaking. In the control room, Hartley checked the grid monitoring panel, and he looked at it for a moment, and then he said, "Sections 4 and 6 are live." Reynolds said, "The man knows his junction boxes." I sat down and drank the entire contents of the water bottle I'd brought in the bag. Nobody mentioned the figure on the pavement. We didn't need to. That afternoon, Hartley and I had the proper conversation, the one about what came next. He said, "The facility is the better long-term option." I said, "I agree." He said, "The substation can run without us being physically present for a while. The protection systems are automatic. If a fault develops, it'll isolate automatically rather than cascade. We'd lose sections, but we wouldn't lose everything." I said, "So we maintain what we can remotely and consolidate at the facility?" He said, "Yes, but we need to bring the monitoring capability with us. There's a portable grid monitoring unit in the control room. It's how they designed the field contingency operations, so engineers could work from forward positions. If we bring it to the facility and connect it via the satellite comms, we can monitor the grid status remotely and plan any necessary interventions from there." I said, "How long would it take to set it up?" He said, "An hour to pack, an hour to install at your end, if you help me." I said, "Okay." He said, "We should go tomorrow. The eastern perimeter here?" He stopped and looked at the CCTV. The east camera showed the fence line with the growing congregation of figures pressing against it. They were there in the day now, not just at night. 90, 100 visible. The fence was holding, but the lower sections were showing deformation. The weight of 100 bodies consistently pressing on chain link creates a cumulative effect that no fence just absorbs forever. He said, "Tomorrow." I said, "Tomorrow." Except tomorrow was not straightforward, because tomorrow is when the second twist in this story happened. And I want to tell you about it carefully because it matters. Wednesday evening. Late, after the grid conversation, after dinner, after I'd helped Turner set up a slightly more comfortable arrangement in the corner of the control room where she'd been sleeping on a folded work jacket for 8 days and which I replaced with proper bedding from the substation's emergency locker. She said thank you in a way that wasn't fully directed at me, but wasn't fully not directed at me either. I said, "You're a cleaning contractor?" She said, "Was." I said, "Were you here when the team arrived?" She said, "I was in the building when the gate code stopped working from the outside. My van was in the outer compound, and by the time I tried to leave, there were already—" She stopped. "Yes, I was here," I said. "Turner's your surname?" She said, "Nadia." "Turner's my surname. You probably don't need to know that, but now you do. Nadia Turner. Not the cleaning contractor type. I mean, no disrespect. There's no such thing as a type. But there was something about the way she positioned herself in a room, and the way she noted exits, and the way she'd been monitoring the control panel all day with a level of comprehension that went beyond someone who cleaned offices. I said, "You know what the readings mean." on the panel. She said, "I took a wrong turn about 12 years ago and ended up in a job I wasn't supposed to tell people about for 5 years, and now I clean offices. So, yes, I know what the readings mean." I sat with that. She said, "I'm not going to explain it further." I said, "You don't need to." She said, "Good." That was the end of that conversation, except it wasn't. Not really. It was the beginning of me understanding that of the 4 people now in this scenario, the one I understood least was the one I'd just been introduced to as a cleaning contractor, and that this uncertainty was something I was going to have to make peace with. I didn't sleep much Wednesday night. Not because of fear, because I was thinking about logistics. Thursday, day 11, extraction day. I want to tell you how it went, but first I want to tell you about the morning, because the morning was important for reasons unrelated to the extraction. At 7 a.m., I was at the comms unit, and I opened the satellite phone from the document case. Hartley had looked at it the previous evening and confirmed it was a standard encrypted satellite phone of a type used by government operational teams. He had not explained how he knew this. I called the pre-programmed number. It rang 3 times. A voice. "Yes," I said. "This is Calloway. SPU 7. Who is this?" A pause. The voice said, "You found the phone." I said, "Obviously. Who is this?" The voice said, "The facility was designed and supplied by a man named Fletcher." "I'm the man named Fletcher. You've been in my facility for 10 days. I said, "Why did you leave the phone?" Fletcher said, "Because I knew someone would be there who wasn't supposed to be there. The activation team didn't make it to SPU 7. I said, "Where are they?" He said, 3 of them reached SPU 4. 1 is unaccounted for. The situation moved faster than the contingency planning had modeled. I said, "I have 3 people with me now. Hartley, Reynolds, and Turner." A longer pause. He said, "Hartley." I said, "Yes." He said, "He found you or you found him?" I said, "We found each other via the restricted frequency." Another pause. Different quality to this one. He said, "Calloway." The restricted frequency was not in any documentation you would have had access to. I said, "I work the comms systematically." "I found it," he said. "That's..." He stopped. He said, "All right. You have the team. That's better than the alternative. Listen to me carefully. The facility at SPU 7 has something in it that I need you to know about. Section F of the standing orders, which you may not have reached yet," I said. I read the whole document. He said, "Section F wasn't in the printed copy." I said, "There are 17 pages. He said, "There's a page 18. I thought about this. I said, "How do I access it?" He said, "On the comms terminal. Document directory, standing orders file. There's a second version with a password lock. Password is the same as the document case." I said, "I'll read it." He said, "One more thing. Turner." I said, "What about her?" He said, "Trust her." I said, "I wasn't planning not to." He said, "I know. I'm telling you anyway." And then the call ended. I sat with the phone in my hand. I opened the comms terminal's document directory, found the standing orders file, found the locked second version, entered the password. Page 18. I read it. Then I read it again. Then I went and got Hartley, and I said, "You need to read this." I'm not going to transcribe page 18 in full here. I'm going to tell you what it meant. It meant the facility at SPU 7 was not solely a civil contingency installation for utility workers. It was also a data continuity node, a physical location containing encrypted storage of critical grid infrastructure documentation, network maps, system specifications, the kind of institutional knowledge that exists in aging documentation systems and that becomes irreplaceable if those systems are lost. The infected had already compromised significant data infrastructure in the eastern regions. Physical copies, encrypted and protected in multiple distributed locations, was the contingency. And it also meant there was a network, other SPUs, other people, 7 in total in this region, designed to eventually re-establish communication and, if the human infrastructure allowed it, grid maintenance and restoration. We were one node of 7. Hartley read it and was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "This changes the calculus." I said, "Yes." He said, "We're not just surviving, we're maintaining something." I said, "Yes." He said, "Does that make it better or worse?" I thought about it. I said, "It makes it something, which is better than nothing." We started packing at 8 a.m. The extraction from the substation was the most physically demanding and frightening thing I'd done since all of this started. And I'm going to tell you exactly how it went. The eastern perimeter had overnight grown to what I estimated at between 150 and 200 figures. They were concentrated in a band across the east and northeast faces of the substation fence. The south and west were clearer, which was where our rear access road was. We loaded the monitoring unit, which was heavy and required 2 people to carry. The comms equipment they'd been using, medical supplies, their remaining food and water. Personal items, not many. All 4 of us had reduced personal possessions to whatever fit in a bag. The documents. Turner packed in under 3 minutes. I noticed this because it was faster than anyone else, and because what she packed was very specific. A small case, a laptop, a compact hard drive. The hard drive went inside her jacket, not in the case. I drove. Reynolds, with his leg, took the passenger seat. Hartley and Turner in the back with the equipment. I said, "We go south on the access road, right on the minor road, east past the warehouse, then to the facility. I don't stop for anything except a blockage I can't get through. If I have to stop, we reassess fast. Everyone good. Everyone said yes or similar." I put the van in gear. The south access road was clear. I took it at a steady 30, not wanting to attract attention with speed, but not prepared to dawdle. The minor road turn was clear. I took it. And then, approximately 400 meters into the minor road, we found the cars, 5 or 6 vehicles, stopped across the road in both lanes, no apparent order or purpose to it. The kind of thing that happens when people abandon their cars quickly. Engines off, some with doors still open, just left there as if their drivers stepped out for a moment and never came back. Which was probably exactly what had happened. I stopped the van and looked. There was a gap on the left verge between the last car and a low wall. Not a vehicle width gap, but close. I got out and measured it with my hands. I am not above doing exactly that, physically placing my hands on both edges of a gap to gauge it. And it was tight, but passable for the van's width, if I stripped my passenger side wing mirror. I got back in. I said, "I'm going through the left gap. It'll scrape. Hold anything loose." Reynolds said, "The wing mirror." I said, "It's a government van. I'll file the paperwork later." We went through. The mirror snapped against the wall with a crack that was much louder than I expected in the stillness of the morning, and I held my breath for a second. Nothing reacted. I kept moving. Beyond the blocked stretch, the road opened up again, and I accelerated to 40, and we were back at the business park in 3 minutes and through the facility gate in 4. I shut the outer gate behind us, drove into the inner compound, shut the inner gate. The 4 of us sat in the van for a moment. Then Hartley said, I've been in that substation for 8 days. I said, I've been in this facility for 9. He said, it's bigger than I imagined. I said, come and see it properly? We carried the equipment in. I showed them the facility, methodical, room by room, the way you give someone a proper tour of a place they'll be living in. Bunk room, bathroom, corridor storage, comms room, plant room, workshop, the main tool unit, which I'd been treating as an airlock and which now looked like it could have additional function. Reynolds went directly to the monitoring unit and started connecting it to the comms system. His leg was clearly hurting him, but his hands were already busy, and the most I could do was put a stool near the comms desk so he could sit while he worked. Turner stood in the bunk room doorway and looked at the 8 bunks and the lockers and the made-up bedding. And she stood there for longer than a person who was just noting the room would stand. I said, pick whichever bunk you want. She said, the one on the right end. Is that taken? I said, no. Go ahead. She went in and put her case on the end bunk, and she sat down on it, and she sat there with her hands in her lap, and she didn't move for about 5 minutes. I left her alone. Hartley found me in the workshop, where I was checking the cable connections on the monitoring unit satellite interface. He said, she had a hard first 8 days. I said, I gathered. He said, she was alone for the first 2 days, in the substation, before Reynolds and I arrived. I said, she found the substation herself. He said, the building was already there, code was already known to her. She went in and locked the door, and she was alone for 2 days before we drove up. I said, that's... He said, yes, I said. And she's been what for the last 8 days? He said, she's been Nadia. She's been holding together and monitoring equipment and cooking from whatever's in tins and not saying much. She's done her share and more, and she hasn't asked for anything, and I don't know what that means about her or about the kind of person she is. I said, it means she's managing. He said, yes, managing. We looked at each other. He said, you're good at this, Calloway. I said, at what? He said, at the practical side, at keeping things moving. I said, it's what I do. He said, it's what you've been doing. It might not be enough forever. I said, no, it's not. He said, what does that mean? I said, it means I know what I can manage. And I know what I can't, and I'm trying to know the difference before it becomes a problem rather than after. He looked at me for a moment. He said, how long have you been on your own? I said, completely on my own. 9 days. He said, before that? I said, before that, I had a cat. He made a sound that was close to a laugh. I said, he's at my flat. I think about him every day. Hartley said, I've got a daughter in Leeds. She's 22. She lives with 2 flatmates, and she's sensible, and she knows how to take care of herself, and every single hour of every day, I do not think about this because I cannot function if I think about it. I said, right. He said, right. We went back to the comms room, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of week 2. The 4 of us established a routine in the facility. It took 3 days to stabilize. 3 days of adjusting to each other's rhythms, of figuring out who needed quiet and when, who needed conversation and when, who took the early watch and who was more alert at night. 4 people in a confined space is a different problem from 1 person in the same space. And the adjustment is not just practical, but social. Reynolds settled into monitoring as his primary role, managing the grid data from the portable unit that he and Hartley had connected to the satellite system by Saturday morning. The grid picture was grim. Sections 7 and 9 were still up, but Section 2 had developed a new fault on Saturday afternoon and gone offline. Section 8 was showing the warning readings that Hartley had described. Sections 4 and 6 were the ones I'd fixed at the junction box, and they were holding, which Reynolds noted with a particular satisfaction. Hartley took over the external perimeter assessment and CCTV management. He was methodical and had a military framework for thinking about perimeters that was more sophisticated than my own, and that I was happy to adopt. He had worked for the government contingency program for 6 years, he told me, and before that had been in the Army for 8 years. He never specified what he'd done in the Army, and I didn't ask. Turner, Nadia, found her place slowly. The first full day at the facility, she mostly stayed in the bunk room or sat in the comms room reading the standing orders document and the page 18 addendum that I'd told her and Hartley about. On Friday, she asked to see the workshop tools. I showed her. She spent 3 hours in there and emerged having built a secondary ventilation damper system that was more adjustable than the one I'd found, using components from the spare parts bins and a length of cable. Better than mine. She installed it without asking and told me the specs afterward. I said, "Where did you learn to do that?" She said, "I took a wrong turn." I said, "Yes, you mentioned." She said, "I'm not being deliberately cryptic." I said, "I know." She said, "I can tell you're working something out about me." I said, "I'm not trying to work anything out. You're here and you're helping. That's the complete list of things I need from you." She looked at me for a moment. She said, "That's a very efficient way of looking at it." I said, "I'm an electrician." She made a sound that was in the same vicinity as what Hartley had made. Not quite a laugh, but the same general direction. Saturday morning, I got up at 5:30 and found Nadia in the comms room at the terminal. She wasn't monitoring the grid or checking the frequencies. She was looking at the folder labeled Cam Archive, and she had the Thursday footage open on screen. She had paused it at the frame, showing herself and the heavy-set man arriving at the facility. I stopped in the doorway. She said, "You've seen this?" I said, "Yes." She said, "All of it?" I said, "Yes." She said, "And you've been fine with me being here?" I said, "The 4 of us need each other, and someone told me to trust you." She said, "Fletcher?" I said, "Yes." She said, "And you trust Fletcher?" I said, "I don't have enough information to know if I trust Fletcher. But I'm in his facility, and it's kept me alive for 11 days, so I'm extending a degree of provisional trust." She said, "That's very measured." I said, "I'm trying." She said, "Fletcher is..." She stopped. I waited. She said, "He's someone who makes long bets. He built this facility 3 years ago. He seeded the activation teams 2 years ago. He was preparing for something he couldn't name precisely, but that he could model probabilistically. And when it happened faster and worse than even his model had allowed for. And not all of it went as planned." I said, "What didn't go as planned?" She said, "The team for this facility." I said, "Why didn't they come here?" She said, "Because I was already here." I sat down. She said, "I came to this facility to take something from it, from the document cases." Before the team arrived. I came because Fletcher's model had identified a risk that the civil contingency program didn't understand the significance of the data storage in the nodes. What the data contains, why it needs to be protected, and also, in certain scenarios, why it needs to be moved before it can be accessed by people who shouldn't have it. I said, "And the team?" She said, "The team was redirected, sent to SPU-4, which has a larger physical footprint and more communications range. SPU-7 was deprioritized, and I stayed here because by the time the team was redirected, going anywhere else was no longer an option." I said, "So you ended up at the substation?" She said, "Yes." I said, "And you found Hartley and Reynolds there?" She said, "They were already there when I arrived. And before you ask, I didn't know they'd be there. I didn't know them before. They arrived from the east, where their primary deployment point had been compromised." I said, "And the document case? The one you took?" She said, "Is in my case in the bunk room." I said, "The locked one?" She said, "Yes." I said, "And the one you left?" She said, "Is a decoy." Well, not a decoy exactly. It has genuine standing orders documentation, but it doesn't have what the other one has. I said, "What does the other one have?" She said, "Full grid infrastructure specifications for the Eastern Regional Network. Every substation, every junction, every switch position, every fault history. Backed up from the government systems. The kind of information that would let you, if you had the expertise, rebuild a functional grid from scratch or manage it without any institutional infrastructure. Without any institutional infrastructure, meaning without the organizations that currently nominally manage it, because those organizations are predominantly compromised." I said, "So you have a blueprint for the grid?" She said, "And you can read it. You're the only person in 100 kilometers who can actually use it." I sat with this. She said, "That's why Fletcher told you to trust me." I said, "He told me before he knew I'd been in contact with you." She said, "He knew I'd end up with whoever was at SPU 7. He built the contingency that way." I said, "That's a very long bet." She said, "I told you. He makes long bets." Outside, the morning was getting lighter. The CCTV showed the outer road with 3 figures moving east, slow the usual. I said, "Does Hartley know any of this?" She said, "No." I said, "Will you tell him?" She said, "If you think I should." I said, "I think we're 4 people trying to survive in a facility with no one in charge. And the least bad approach is probably full information for everyone." She said, "All right." I said, "After breakfast?" She said, "Yes, after breakfast." I made the coffee, 4 cups. The good ground stuff from the sealed tin, because this felt like a morning that warranted it. We told Hartley after breakfast. Reynolds, too, from his monitoring post, turning his chair slightly to listen while keeping one eye on the grid readings. Hartley was quiet through Nadia's account. He asked 2 questions during it, both technical questions about the data format and encryption method of the stored specifications. After she finished, he was quiet for another minute. Then he said, "All right." Reynolds said, "So we have what we need to keep the grid running." Nadia said, "Theoretically." Reynolds said, "Theoretically. Calloway has the practical skills. We have the monitoring capability. We have the data." Hartley said, "We need power in this facility to access the data and run the monitoring." Reynolds said, "Which we have, for now." Hartley said, "And we need Calloway to be able to go outside and physically intervene when faults develop." They all looked at me. I said, "I can do that. I've done it already. But not alone. I need someone watching the approach." Hartley said, "We work as a team." I said, "Yes." Hartley said, "All right. What else?" That was Saturday of week 2. That was when we stopped being 4 separate people who happened to be in the same place and became something more like a unit. Not because of a dramatic speech or a symbolic gesture. Because Hartley said all right, and Reynolds turned back to the monitoring equipment, and Nadia opened the locked document case and started indexing the contents. And I went to the workshop and started preparing for the next time I'd need to go outside. Week 3. The rhythm changed in week 3 because we had more people managing it. The watch rotation meant no one person was awake alone for more than 3 hours at a time. Meals became a joint project. We pooled the cooking rotation, and the results were variable in quality, but consistently enough for the purpose. Reynolds' leg improved steadily. By day 15, he was mobile without significant pain, moving more carefully than before, but functional. The grid situation was the ongoing concern. Section 8 developed the fault Hartley had been expecting on day 14 and went offline. I went out with Hartley as my lookout on day 15 to investigate the fault, which turned out to be at a switching junction about 2 kilometers west of the facility on the main transmission route. The fault was a failed circuit breaker, physical damage, probably from a vehicle collision with a mounting pole in the early days of the outbreak when roads were chaotic. Replacing it required a spare breaker of the right rating. I had the specifications from Nadia's data. I found the right part in the facility's workshop stores. The workshop had been stocked with common electrical components as part of the civil contingency equipment. The repair took 45 minutes on site, which was 45 minutes in a location that had no elevated position and no clear sight lines. I don't want to dramatize this too much. We were careful and it worked. Hartley watched every approach while I worked. 3 figures came into range at various points during the repair. None of them got within 50 meters. None of them reacted to us when we were still. Section 8 came back online at midday on day 15. The pattern over week 3 was like this: monitor, identify fault, plan response, execute, repeat. It was stripped of the life and death context, essentially what I'd been doing for 6 years as an electrical contractor. Identify fault, fix fault, document. The documentation was now in a notebook instead of a form on my phone, and the consequences of getting it wrong were considerably worse than a performance review. But the underlying logic was familiar. I found this steadying. Not everyone did. Hartley went quiet in week 3 in a particular way that I recognized from the standing orders document's description of phase 2. Motivational decline, intrusive thinking, recalibration of the self-narrative. He did his watches and his perimeter assessments, and he ate with us, and he said what needed saying. But the quality of his silence changed, became something that had weight behind it. I noticed it, and I let it sit for 4 days because I didn't want to push too hard, and then, on the morning of day 19, I made him an extra cup of coffee without being asked, and sat down next to him at the monitoring desk and said, "What's her name?" He said, "Amy." I said, "Is she sensible?" He said, "She's the most sensible person I know." I said, "Then she's doing something smart." He said, "I keep thinking." He stopped. I said, "I know." He said, "I don't think you can." I said, "I have a cat." He said, "That's not..." I said, "I know. I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying I know what it's like to not know something important, and to have the not knowing occupy more space than everything else." He sat with his coffee for a moment. He said, "I'm all right." I said, "Yes, you are." He said, "Don't handle me, Calloway." I said, "I'm not. I'm sitting here drinking coffee, and I'm telling you you're all right. That's not handling." He made the almost laugh sound. We sat there for a while. The monitoring equipment made its soft, electronic sounds. The ventilation system did its 40-minute cycle. He said, "She knows about my work. My actual work, not the cleaned-up version. She knows about the contingency program and what my role is, and she knows about facilities like this one. I briefed her 2 years ago because the program requires that dependents in certain categories know enough to access safe points if the activation scenario occurs." I said, "So she knows where to go." He said, "She knows several of the secure processing points, the ones on the broadcast, the ones with the grid references." I said, then she might be at one of them. He said, yes, she might. He said might rather than is. And there was nothing I could do about that difference. I didn't try to. Day 20. I want to tell you about day 20 because day 20 was when the first of the strange things happened. I've been building toward it, the strangeness, because it's not the kind of thing you can drop into a story without context. The context is 3 weeks of careful practical work, the four of us living in close proximity, the grid ticking over, the perimeter holding, a slow accumulation of knowledge and skill and trust. And into that on day 20, something wrong with the CCTV. I was doing the evening watch, 9 p.m. to midnight, and I was running the standard scan of the camera feeds when I noticed it. Not on the exterior cameras, on the interior corridor camera. Movement. The corridor was empty. I can tell you with certainty the corridor was empty, because I was sitting at the comms desk at one end of it, and the camera covered the full length. Nobody was in the corridor, but the camera's motion indicator, a small LED that activates when movement is detected in the frame, was showing a brief, repeated trigger. 1 second on, 3 seconds off, 1 second on. I stood up and looked down the corridor. Empty. Lights on. The usual. I sat back down. The indicator triggered again. There are rational explanations for this, and I worked through them systematically. Camera sensor sensitivity set too high, triggering on minor air movement from the ventilation. A sensor fault. A software glitch in the CCTV system. Insect, somehow, in a sealed facility. I went through the camera settings and found the sensitivity was already at its lowest setting. I checked the sensor diagnostics in the system menu. No reported faults. I looked at the camera image again. Empty corridor. I wrote it in the log. CCTV interior sensor. Corridor. False triggers at 21:43 to 22:18. Check-in morning. Hartley checked it in the morning. He found the same thing I'd found. No fault reported by the system. He adjusted the camera angle slightly, pointing it down 15 degrees, and the triggers stopped. He said angle was slightly too high, picking up the ventilation airflow at the output duct. I said, fine. He said, is it? I said, yes. It makes sense. It did make sense. I'm still telling you about it because some things that make sense still leave a texture of wrongness that doesn't fully clear even after you've explained them. The ventilation airflow explanation was probably right. The motion indicator had been picking up the output air movement. Adjusting the camera angle fixed it. But the facility was sealed and climate controlled, and the ventilation had been running for 3 weeks without triggering the sensor. And the sensitivity was already at minimum. The question I didn't ask out loud was, what changed at 9:30 on day 20 to make the sensors start triggering? Nothing had changed. As far as I could determine, nothing had changed. I logged it and moved on. Day 22. Reynolds found the secondary access point. This was not something that should have existed. Every facility document I'd read described a single point of entry. The steel door through the covered walkway. One door. Code lock. No other access. Reynolds found it while doing a physical inspection of the plant room, which he did every few days as part of his routine. He was checking the generator fuel levels when he noticed that the concrete wall behind the secondary generator unit had a section that didn't match. Not obviously. You'd have to know what consistent concrete looked like to notice the slight difference in texture and color that indicated a repair or infill. Reynolds had been in enough infrastructure facilities to know what consistent concrete looked like. He showed me. I ran my hands over the section. It was approximately 60 centimeters wide by 120 high, roughly door height, narrower than a standard door, but not impossibly so. The edges were clean. The infill was a different mix than the surrounding concrete, newer, slightly smoother. I got the crowbar from the workshop. Behind the infill, a sealed steel hatch, hinged inward, with a simple lever mechanism on our side. No code lock, no complex security, just a lever handle. The hatch opened onto a passage approximately 60 centimeters wide that ran horizontally for about 3 meters and then angled down a short ladder into a lower chamber. The lower chamber was about 2 meters by 2 meters. A small underground room, barely larger than a wardrobe, that had an upward passage at the far end, sealed with another hatch. This upper hatch was on the exterior surface. I figured it from the angle and direction. It should emerge somewhere in the outer yard between the inner and outer gates. A second way out, or a second way in. We were all in the plant room by the time I'd figured this out. Reynolds, Hartley, Nadia, all 4 of us in the small space looking at the hatch and the passage. Hartley said, "This is not in any documentation." I said, "No." Reynolds said, "Was it in the page 18 section?" Nadia said, "No." I said, "This was either a modification made after the facility was built, or a feature that was deliberately kept off the documentation." Hartley said, "Who would do that? Who would add a hidden exit that isn't in the standing orders?" I looked at Nadia. She looked back at me. She said, "I don't know." I believed her on this. Whatever she knew about the facility, the hatch was news to her. That was clear from her face. And I'd been watching Nadia Turner's face for 2 weeks long enough to be able to read the difference between managed disclosure and genuine surprise. I sealed the plant room side with a combination of the steel bar from the workshop and a cable tie I knew was not going to stop a determined person, but would tell us if it had been opened. Then I went to the outer yard and searched the surface until I found the matching external hatch, which was set flush with the ground between a stored cable spool and the inner yard fence, positioned so that the cable spool partially obscured it. I hadn't noticed it in 2 weeks of daily yard visits. The external hatch was also on a simple lever from outside, with a second latch that could be engaged from inside the passage to secure it. I locked the external latch from the inside and closed it. I went back inside and said to the others, "It's sealed at both ends. We'd know if it had been opened." Hartley said, "The question is whether it's been opened before." "Before we were here," I said. "The infill concrete on the interior side is newer than the rest. Someone added this after the facility was built. Maybe a year ago, maybe 2. Recent enough that the concrete mix had a different composition." Hartley said, "Before or after the facility was activated for our use." Nobody answered that because nobody knew. I added this to the log and I went back to work. But I want to tell you, I did not sleep as well in the nights after the hidden passage as I had in the nights before. Not because I was afraid of something coming through it. We had it sealed. But because its existence meant I had less than complete knowledge of the facility I was living in. An incomplete knowledge of a space you're defending is a different thing from a CCTV sensor triggering in the night. These were the 2 seeds. CCTV sensor, hidden passage. I'm going to tell you more seeds and what grew from them. But I want you to understand that at this point, day 22, I was not alarmed. I was noting things that needed noting and working through them as practically as I worked through everything else. Day 24, the outer gate. I mentioned early on that I'd doubled up the chain link on the outer gate, and that this bought time. The outer gate was doing its job. Every morning, the CCTV showed varying numbers of figures drifting past or pausing at the outer fence, pressing briefly against it and moving on. Our noise discipline had been good, and the facility remained below their detection threshold in terms of consistent sound attraction. On day 24, the character of the morning's CCTV changed. I was on early watch, 5 to 8 a.m. And at around 6:15 I noticed that the figures at the outer gate were not moving on. 3 of them had been there since I started the watch, pressed against the doubled chain link, and instead of drifting away as they usually did, they were being joined by others coming from both directions along the road. By 6:30, 7 figures at the gate. By 6:45, 12. By 7 a.m., 23, and still growing. The noise we couldn't control was the generator. We'd used the generator the previous evening for the first time. The mains power had fluctuated for about 20 minutes in a pattern that suggested an upstream fault, and we'd done a precautionary switch to generator to protect the monitoring equipment. The generator had run for about an hour, and then we'd switched back when mains stabilized. 1 hour, the generator running. Not loud inside the facility with the doors shut, but anything that vibrates on a different frequency from background carries differently. We'd attracted something. The sound of the generator for 1 hour on the previous evening had either drawn them to the vicinity or had reactivated the attention of ones who were already nearby. I woke Hartley at 7:15. He looked at the CCTV, counted figures, and said, "We need to assess the gate's load tolerance." I said, "Yes." By 7:30, there were 31 figures pressing against the outer gate. The doubled chain link was holding but deforming, visible even on the camera feed, the bow in the gate increasing as the cumulative weight built. We did not panic. I want to be clear about this. We had all, in various ways, been in high-pressure situations before, and we had 11 days of working together behind us, and we knew what we were dealing with. Panic doesn't help, and all 4 of us understood this the same way. What we did? Hartley and I went to the inner yard gate. We stood inside the inner yard looking at the outer gate from about 15 meters and assessed what we were seeing. The outer gate posts were set in concrete. The chain link was attached to the posts via steel rings at half-meter intervals. The doubled layer I'd added was attached to the original chain link VESA fence clips, so the second layer was transferring load to the first layer, and the first layer was transferring it to the posts. The posts were not moving. The posts were fine. The chain link was the concern. Specifically, the rings were attached to the post at mid-gate height, which were taking the most load from the bowing. I said, "Get me the cable ratchet ties from the tool unit." Hartley said, "How many?" I said, "As many as you can carry." He went. I stayed at the inner gate watching the outer gate. What I was looking at, standing 15 meters away, were 31 people who had been infected by something I didn't understand, pressing against a chain link gate with their body weight. Not with any intent or strategy, not with any understanding of what was behind the fence. They pressed because they pressed. They accumulated because sound had drawn them here, and sound was the only thing that directed them. I watched a woman at the far left of the cluster. Gray coat, still had her bag on her shoulder, the strap tangled around her arm. And she was pressing against the fence with her face against the mesh and her eyes open and looking at nothing. I did not think about who she had been. I thought about the fence. Hartley came back with the cable ties. We ran them through the inner gate, which was open, around the outer gate post bases, threading them through the chain link foundation wire at the base of the gate, pulling them tight. This wasn't strengthening the gate so much as anchoring it to the outer post and taking some load off the ring attachments. It wasn't ideal. It was what we had. Then we went back inside and we watched. The count peaked at 38 at around 9 a.m. Then it started to drop, slowly, as figures detached from the back of the cluster and drifted off. The gate held. By noon, there were 11 figures. By 4 p.m., there were 4. By evening, there were none. I added the generator to the list of concerns. From now on, generator use only an absolute necessity, and for the shortest possible duration. We needed to be quieter than we had been. Week 4 began, and I had a list of concerns that was longer than I liked. The CCTV sensor, the hidden passage, the generator and noise issue, the ongoing grid faults, the unknown question of other SPU teams, and whether contact was possible. I worked through them methodically, one item at a time, the way I'd always worked through fault lists. Day 26, I tried the satellite phone again. Fletcher picked up on the second ring this time. I said, "The facility has a hidden secondary access in the plant room. Not in any documentation. Can you explain it?" A pause. He said, "Yes." I said, "Go on." He said, "It was added after the initial build, 18 months ago. It's a secondary egress for the data courier." I said, "Nadia." He said, "Yes. If the facility were compromised during her work here, she needed a way out that wasn't the main door." I said, "And it opens into our outer yard." He said, "Into the zone between gates." Yes. She'd be in the yard behind the inner gate, still protected. I said, "And into the yard from outside. Someone outside the outer gate could use the external hatch to get into the zone between gates." A pause. He said, "The external hatch requires the lever to be operated from the passage side. You can't operate it from outside." I said, "If someone knew about it and had enough time and the right tools, could they open the external hatch from outside?" A longer pause. He said, "Theoretically. The latch mechanism is internal, but the hatch cover itself is a physical object. If you remove the hatch cover with sufficient force or the right equipment, you'd have access to the passage." I said, "What kind of force would that require?" He said, "Why are you asking this?" I said, "Because I want to know if it's a vector I need to worry about." He said, "It would require something like a cutting tool or significant mechanical leverage. Anything that could be operated by a person in specific conditions." I said, "Not by them." He said, "No, not by them." I said, "All right." He said, "Calloway, is everything—" I said, "It's fine. We're managing." He said, "And Nadia?" I said, "She's here. She's doing well. She's useful." He said, "Good. She tends to be." I said, "One more question." He said, "Yes." I said, "The data she's carrying, the grid specifications. You put that together specifically for this kind of scenario. But it's also, if it's as complete as she says, the most comprehensive map of the grid infrastructure in the region that exists right now, given that all the institutional systems are compromised or gone." He said, "Yes," I said, meaning that if someone else needed the grid to stay down, or needed control of when it came back up, the data would tell them exactly how to manage that. Silence. He said, "Yes," I said, "and you gave it to Nadia to protect." He said, "To protect and to use correctly." I said, "And you're telling me that the external hatch could, in theory, be opened by a person with the right equipment?" He said, "I'm telling you that theoretically." I said, "Who else knows about the passage?" A long pause. The longest. He said, "The person who built it." I said, "Who is not you?" He said, "I commissioned it. I specified it. The person who physically built it was a contractor." I said, "And is that contractor?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "Calloway, I genuinely don't know." I would tell you if I knew. I believed him. I wasn't certain I believed him, but I extended the provisional trust. I said, if someone comes to the external hatch with tools, what are my options? He said, you have weapons in the facility. I said, I have weapons in the facility that I don't know how to use. He said, then I'd suggest learning. He ended the call. I sat with the phone and I looked at the wall. Then I went and I got the handgun case from the floor cabinet and I opened it and I took out the handgun and I read the laminated instruction card that was inside the case. And I spent the rest of the afternoon learning how to use it. Reynolds taught me. He'd been watching me read the laminated card in a way that made it clear he had something to contribute. He said, you've never handled a firearm. I said, no. He said, put the card down. I'll show you. He spent an hour with me. He was methodical and patient. The same quality he brought to monitoring equipment. The same quality of systematic instruction. The facility's corridor gave us a clear 20-meter sight line to work with. He didn't give me targets to shoot at. This wasn't about firing. It was about comfort. Getting the weight and balance of the thing into my hands' memory. At the end of the hour, he said, the principle is simple. Point it at something bad. Pull the trigger. Don't do either by accident, I said. That's it. He said, that's mostly it. I said, you've been in situations where... He said, yes. I said, all right. He said, you probably won't need it. I said, no, probably not. He looked at me. He said, Hartley told me about the passage? I said, yes. He said, is there something specific you're concerned about, or is it general? I said, general. But informed general. He said, informed by what? I said, by the fact that we're in a facility with something valuable. And there are people who know about the facility, and not all of them can be accounted for. He said, the contractor. I said, yes. He said, we've been in here 26 days. If someone was going to come, they've had 26 days. I said, yes. Unless they were occupied with other things first. He said, fair point. Day 28. 4 weeks. 4 weeks of living in a space approximately 30 meters long and 10 meters wide at its widest. I know every pipe in the ceiling. I know the way the light shifts when the exterior sky changes from overcast to clear, the subtle brightening that comes through the ventilation hatch and the tiny skylight above the plant room. I know the sound the water heater makes at different times of day and what it means about the external temperature. I know how the air in the corridor changes between early morning and afternoon. Slightly warmer, slightly staler, requiring the ventilation intake to be opened a fraction more. I know these things the way you know a place you've lived in for years, not 4 weeks. Compressed intimacy of confined space. Nadia asked me on day 28 what I'd been thinking about. We were in the comms room, both of us, doing the evening check. It was a low-activity period. Grid was stable, no new faults. The outer perimeter had been quiet for 4 days since the morning congregation event. She said, you've been somewhere else today. I said, my parents. She said, where are they? I said, crew, terraced house, quiet street. She said, do you have siblings? I said, 1. A brother? He lives in Bristol? She said, family people. I said, yes, I am. It's funny. I live alone, and I've lived alone for most of my adult life. And I don't think of myself as a family person in the way people who talk about their families constantly are. But sitting here for 4 weeks and thinking about what I'm missing, I stopped. She said, the cat? I said, among other things. My dad sent me a message on the first night. Love, Dad. 2 words, she said. And you can't reach him. I said, no. She said, "Crew, do you know if they had working shelters up there in the early days?" I said, "I don't know. The news I had access to in the first week didn't get granular enough, and the network's been too degraded since then to find out." She said, "Fletcher's network covers a wider area than this region. If your father ended up at a designated safe point, there might be a record of it." I said, "You have access to that?" She said, "I can try." I said, "I don't want you to do something that costs us operationally for my personal." She said, "It won't cost us operationally. It takes 10 minutes on the satellite connection." I said, "All right, if you can." She said, "I'll try tonight." She came to find me at 11 p.m. after I'd done my watch and was sitting on my bunk reading the grid spec documents from her case. She'd been slowly walking me through them over the previous week, section by section, and I'd been absorbing them the way I absorbed technical material, which was to read it 3 times and ask questions about anything that didn't immediately connect to something I already knew. She said, "There's a record. Crew North Processing Point. Day 4. 2 individuals matching the names Calloway checked in." I sat very still. She said, "They checked in day 4. There's no departure record." I said, "No departure record meaning they stayed." She said, "Or meaning the record system didn't capture the departure. But day 4, they were alive." I said, "Thank you." She said, "The processing point at Crew North is one of the coastal adjacent sites. If I had to guess at its current status, I'd say it has a reasonable chance of still being operational. They're less supply dependent than inland sites because of the water access." I said, "Reasonable chance." She said, "Reasonable." I said, "That's enough for now." She nodded and left me to it. I sat on the bunk and I thought, day 4. They were alive on day 4. 6 days ago, my father sent me a message that said, "Love, Dad," and 4 days later, they were at a processing point, alive. That's a 26-day-old data point, but it's a data point, and it has a different weight than the absence of information that I'd been carrying for 4 weeks. I put the grid spec document down, and I lay on my back, and I looked at the ceiling of the bunk above me, and I allowed myself to feel something that wasn't useful and wasn't practical, and wasn't about grid sections or perimeter assessments. It lasted about 20 minutes. Then I got up and I checked the CCTV, and everything was quiet, and I went back to the grid specs. Day 30. 1 month? 1 month since I was on the pole. I had a specific morning that day. I got up at 5:30 and made coffee, and took it into the workshop, and sat in the workshop alone for an hour, not doing anything except drinking the coffee and looking at the tools on the wall and thinking about the past month. Not in a spiral way, not in a "this is hopeless" way, just accounting. The kind of accounting you do when you want to honestly see where you are. I was alive. This was not guaranteed, and it was not nothing. I had 3 other people who were alive with me, and together we were maintaining something that mattered. The grid sections that were up were feeding power to whatever remained of functioning infrastructure in the region. Hospitals, possibly, if they hadn't been overwhelmed. Communications infrastructure, certainly. The data on the satellite systems that were transmitting the civil contingency broadcast had power because of sections 7 and 9. People hearing that broadcast and going to designated safe points were doing so because the power was on and because we were making sure it stayed on. I had a facility that was stocked and secure and functional. I had skills that matched what the situation needed. I had people I trusted. I had, on day 4, parents who were alive and at a safe point. These are not nothing. The problems were also real. The grid was degrading. Each fault we fixed was replaced by a new one developing somewhere else. The natural attrition of infrastructure with no institutional maintenance. The perimeter congregation event had shown me the noise discipline had limits. The hidden passage was a vector I couldn't fully account for. The contractor who'd built it was unaccounted for. And there was the larger problem, the one I put last because it was the most unresolvable. What was this situation going to become? How long? How far? Was there a point at which the outside stabilized enough to allow movement? And what would movement look like? And what would we find? I didn't have answers to those. I had current occupancy of a space that was safe and supplied and maintained. I had today and tomorrow and the days after that stretching out in a sequence I could manage but couldn't fully see. That had to be enough. Not because I had accepted it emotionally. I hadn't fully, and I don't think you're supposed to. But because the alternative to managing what you can manage is not managing it. And I am Owen Calloway, government electrical contractor, 34 years old. And I have always been better with my hands than with open questions. Day 31. The event at the external hatch. I'm telling this in sequence, and this is where the sequence leads. I've been working toward it for the last 10 days of the account because I wanted you to understand who we were and what we'd built before I told you about the night it was tested. It was 3 a.m. Hartley's watch, but Hartley had gone to the bathroom and Reynolds was covering for the 15 minutes he was away. So Reynolds was at the comms desk and Hartley was in the bunk room when the log later showed the alert triggered at 0304. Reynolds heard it before he understood what it was. A sound that was different, not from the exterior, not from the facility systems, from the plant room. A specific, brief sound, metal on metal. He woke me because I was the lightest sleeper and because my bunk was nearest the plant room door. I was up and in the plant room in under a minute with a torch and the handgun that I'd been sleeping with in my bunk every night for the past 5 days. The cable tie I'd put across the plant room side of the hidden hatch was still intact. Whatever the sound had been, it hadn't come from inside. I put my ear to the concrete near the hatch and I listened. Nothing. Then there it was. The faintest sound. Like someone trying very carefully to do something metal quietly. Except there's no such thing as doing something metal quietly if someone in a silent room is listening hard enough. Someone was at the external hatch. I held perfectly still. The sound happened twice more. Brief, careful, trying to be inaudible. Then it stopped. I stayed in the plant room for 40 minutes, listening. Hartley had joined me by this point. Reynolds was at the CCTV, watching the outer yard camera. The outer yard camera had a slight blind spot near the cable spool that partially obscured the external hatch. I'd known about this blind spot, noted it, and had been meaning to address it. The camera could see the area around the hatch, but not directly at it. Reynolds reported seeing nothing on the camera. The sound did not return. At 4 a.m., we went back to standard watch. I did not go back to sleep. In the morning, I went to the outer yard and looked at the external hatch. There were marks on the hatch cover. Small, scratched marks, the kind you get from a tool being applied and then removed repeated attempts. Not fresh cuts. This wasn't someone gouging at it forcefully. More like someone testing the mechanism, trying to understand it, learning what was there without committing to forcing it. Reconnaissance. I photographed the marks with the camera from the CCTV system's portable module. Then I came inside and I told the others what I'd found, and we had the conversation about what it meant. Hartley said, "They know about the passage." I said, yes. Nadia said, the contractor. Reynolds said, if it's the contractor, they'd know the passage design and the mechanism, and they'd know the external hatch could potentially be opened with the right approach. Hartley said, why didn't they force it? I said, either they didn't have the right tool with them at 3 a.m. and they were testing first, or they changed their mind, or they were interrupted by something. Reynolds said, the figure's outside. I said, yes, the figure's outside. There was a logic to this. The external hatch was between the inner and outer gates, in the zone that the infected couldn't reach without getting through the outer gate. But the outer road, beyond the fence, had varying numbers of infected at varying times. If someone was approaching the facility from outside, they were doing so through the outer road and through the infected population that lived on it. Getting to the outer gate, through the gate, to the hatch, without attracting the infected, that required skill and patience and specific knowledge of their behavior patterns. I said, whoever was at the hatch is capable of moving through infected territory and reaching a specific target without attracting them. Hartley said, which means they're either very experienced or very lucky. Reynolds said, or both. Nadia said, or they had help navigating. We looked at her. She said, I'm just noting options. I said, what are you not telling us? She said, I'm not. I said, Nadia. She looked at me for a moment, and then she looked at the others, and then she said, Fletcher built this facility. Somebody else paid for parts of it. Not officially, through channels. The Civil Contingency Program has official funding, and it also has supplementary funding that comes from sources that the program uses because the official funding was never enough to build what Fletcher wanted to build. Hartley said, what kind of sources? She said, private infrastructure investment. People who have a significant financial interest in regional power grid continuity. If the grid comes back up controlled rather than uncontrolled, those interests are protected. If it comes back up with accurate data on the infrastructure state. I said, the grid specifications. She said, yes. Hartley said, so someone funded the data collection. Nadia said, yes. And they also know about the facilities where the data is stored. Not the full details, not the access codes, not the internal layout, but the locations. Reynolds said, and last night. Nadia said, and last night, yes. I said, what do they want with the data? She said, the same thing we want with it, to use it. The difference is what use means. I said, meaning. She said, we want the grid back up to maintain civil infrastructure. They want the grid back up under controlled conditions that protect their investment positions. In practice, those goals are mostly aligned. In specific situations, they might diverge. Hartley said, which situations? She said, if the grid comes back up selectively, some sections before others, that selective restoration has economic and strategic consequences. Who gets power first? Who gets it last? What gets prioritized? With the data we have, you can make those decisions deliberately rather than reactively. I said, and that's worth someone coming to our hatch at 3 in the morning. She said, it might be worth considerably more than that. Yes. We sat with this. I said, we're not giving them the data. Nobody disagreed. I said, we're also not starting a conflict with someone who can navigate infected territory and reach this facility when we don't know who they are or how many of them there are. Hartley said, what then? I said, we reinforce the hatch. I spent the rest of that day in the plant room. The secondary hatch cover was steel, hinged inward. and the weakness was the hinge side. If someone removed the hinge bolts from outside, they could take the hatch cover off without needing to engage the latch mechanism at all. I hadn't thought about this angle before because I'd been focused on the latch. I used the workshop drill to add 4 additional steel bolts through the hinge mounting plate into the surrounding concrete, recessing them so they couldn't be grabbed or turned from outside. Then I welded. The facilities workshop had a compact MIG welder, and I knew how to use it. Welded additional steel plates across the hinge joints from the inside, effectively making the hinges inoperable from either direction. The hatch could now only be opened by cutting through the welds. It took about 4 hours. By the time I was done, my hands were filthy, and I smelled of welding smoke, and my shoulder hurt from working in the confined space, and it was the most satisfied I'd felt in a week. I told the others it was done, and Reynolds clapped me on the shoulder and Hartley said, "Nice work." Nadia said nothing, but she nodded in a way that meant what it meant. Day 33, 2 days after the hatch event. And this is the day the next shift happened, and it was not about the hatch. It was about the grid. Reynolds had been watching Section 2's readings deteriorate through day 31 and 32. The fault upstream was developing. The monitoring unit was showing the signature of a failing transformer, not a tripped relay or a broken fuse. An actual hardware fault in a piece of equipment that could not be fixed from a junction box or a switching panel. You can reset software. You can replace fuses. You cannot fix a failing transformer with the contents of a workshop. By the morning of day 33, Section 2 went offline. Section 2 was the residential feed for the northern districts. More importantly, Section 2 fed through to Section 8, which was the hospital network. Section 8 was still up, drawing from an alternate feed. But the alternate feed was rated for supplementary load, not primary. If Section 2 didn't come back online, the alternate would eventually fail under the sustained load. I looked at the monitoring data and I said, "How long does Section 8 have on the alternate?" Reynolds looked at his readings and the specification data and he said, "Weeks, maybe. Depends on load. If the hospital systems are still drawing full power, less." I said, "So we need Section 2 back." He said, "Yes." I said, "The failed transformer. Where is it?" He pointed to the map. It was at a substation 11 kilometers north. A small secondary substation, the kind that steps down from the high-voltage transmission lines to the local distribution network. I'd worked there once 3 years ago, a routine maintenance call. I remembered the layout. I remembered there were 2 transformer units, primary and a standby that should automatically cut in if the primary failed. I said, "It has a standby unit." Reynolds said, "Which apparently didn't cut in automatically." I said, "Which means either the automatic transfer switch has failed or the standby unit itself has a fault." He said, "Can you go there?" I said, 11 kilometers. He said, "Yes." I said, "Through what kind of territory?" He said, "I don't know. Northern routes. Less commercially dense than the junction areas. Possibly better." I said, "Possibly." He said, "Calloway." I said, "I know." I said, "I'll go tomorrow." That evening, Hartley and I planned the route north. Nadia pulled the Section 2 fault history from the grid specifications in her case, and I read it and made notes. Reynolds monitored Section 8's load readings and gave us an estimate. If load stayed at current levels, Section 8 had approximately 18 to 22 days before the alternate feed degraded to an unsafe level. 18 to 22 days. I had time. Not a lot, but time to plan properly rather than rush. That night I said to Nadia, the 2 of us at the comms desk, "What do you think it is?" the standby that didn't cut in. She said, automatic transfer switch. It's the most common failure mode. The switch contacts oxidize over time if they're not exercised. If the switch hasn't been tested recently, I said, they stopped testing these things the day the outbreak started. She said, or before. These are things that get neglected in the last weeks before a major infrastructure failure. When organizations are breaking down, preventive maintenance is the first thing that stops. I said, I've seen that pattern. She said, yes, you would have. I said, if it's the transfer switch, it's a straightforward repair. 2 hours on site with the right tools. She said, can you get the right tools? I said, I have the right tools. She said, then it's a straightforward repair. I said, as long as nothing goes wrong on the route. She said, yes, as long as that. Day 34. I'm going to tell you about the drive north. Not everything. Some of it is just roads and distance. But the parts that matter. Left the facility at 6:50 a.m. Hartley in the passenger seat. Reynolds at the comms, monitoring. Nadia holding down the facility. The northern route was different from the western territory I'd been covering for grid work. Less commercial density. The journalist had been right, that elevated positions mattered. And most of the business infrastructure in the northern stretch was low-rise and spread out. The kind of area where people had space to disperse rather than clustering. But not empty. The first kilometer was clear. The second kilometer had a residential area on the left where something had happened in the early days. I could see it from the road, not in detail, but in the overall quality of the scene. The specific kind of disorder that happens when a concentrated group of people evacuates quickly and some of them don't make it. We drove through that kilometer at a steady pace, and neither of us looked at anything beyond what we needed to see for the road. The third kilometer had a blockage. 3 cars across both lanes. Worse than the blocked stretch I'd navigated with Reynolds. No gap on either verge. I stopped and got out and looked at the configuration and identified that the last car in the line could be moved if I could get the driver's door open and release the handbrake. No keys in the ignition. Keys still in the door lock, actually, which meant whoever left it had been going somewhere in a hurry. I released the handbrake and put the car in neutral, and Hartley and I pushed it far enough to create a gap on the left. During the 3 minutes this took, there were no figures within visible range. I know this because Hartley was watching in all directions the entire time. The 4th kilometer transitioned into more industrial territory, and then the signs for the substation complex came into view on the right. The high fence with the warning signs, the transformer housings visible above the fence line. I had the access code for this one too. Different code from the main substation, but I had it from the department records I'd put in the facility on the first night when I'd downloaded what I could from my work systems before the data connection degraded. We went in through the access gate, and I found the transformer housing. The primary transformer had a visible fault, an internal short that had vented, leaving a distinctive burn smell and discoloration on the housing, not fixable. The standby unit was physically intact, which was what I'd hoped. I located the automatic transfer switch panel on the adjacent wall and opened it. The transfer switch contacts were exactly what Nadia had described, heavily oxidized. The switch had been installed, never exercised, and the contacts had corroded to the point where they couldn't close under the automated control signal. The thing had tried to switch, couldn't, and Section 2 had gone offline. I cleaned the contacts with the abrasive tool from my kit and applied the appropriate contact treatment compound from the workshop supply I'd brought. I manually exercised the switch 3 times to ensure it moved freely. Then I checked the standby unit's parameters, all in range. And I applied power to the transfer switch control and stood back. The switch closed. The standby transformer came online. The gauges on the panel moved to normal operating range. I called Reynolds on the radio. He said, Section 2 just came online. Reading nominal. I said, Section 8 on primary feed. He said, shifting now. Yes. Section 8 on primary. Alternate released. I said, good. He said, good, very good. I said to Hartley, let's go. The drive back was cleaner than the drive out. We went through the residential kilometer again, but knowing what was there made it easier to navigate psychologically. Not easier to look at, but easier to move through. We reached the facility at 11:20 a.m. Gate 1 open, Gate 2 open, Gate 1 closed, Gate 2 closed. Nadia was in the corridor when we came in through the steel door. She said, well, I said, it was the transfer switch. She said, I thought so. I said, I know you did. She said, coffee? I said, yes, please. She made it without ceremony, and we sat at the table in the comms room, all 4 of us, and drank it, and nobody said anything dramatic because there was nothing dramatic to say. The section was back online. The grid was up. We were still here. Reynolds said, halfway through his cup, 35 days. Nobody replied immediately. Hartley said, yes. I said, yes. Nadia said, it's been longer than that. It started before the first day here. It started whenever whoever started it. Hartley said, but for us. Nadia said, for us. 35 days, I said, and counting. Day 40. I'm going to compress some time here because the period between day 35 and day 40 was the most operationally intensive stretch we'd had, and the details, while important to us in real time, don't all need their own space in this account. Here's what happened. Day 36. Reynolds monitoring identified a developing fault on Section 7, the one that had been up and stable since the beginning. The fault signature was a gradual conductor degradation on a section of overhead line, the kind of fault that builds over weeks and eventually becomes a fault-to-ground condition. We had a week, maybe 2, before it failed. This was a different kind of problem from a transfer switch or a relay. Conductor degradation on overhead lines means physical work at height, and the stretch of line affected was approximately 800 meters through territory I hadn't assessed. Day 37. Nadia told us that she'd received a message on the satellite system, not a call, a data message, short, from a node she identified as another SPU in the network. SPU-4. The message said, Day 30. 4 personnel, stable, grid, maintenance active, food resupply, needed. And a location, 4 personnel at SPU-4. The activation team that had been redirected there, 2 of the 3 at least. And a civilian the way Nadia had been a civilian at the substation. Nadia drafted a reply message that said, SPU-7, 4 personnel, stable, grid sections active, data secured. We'll assess resupply options. She showed me the draft. I said, send it. Day 38. I drove the overhead line route in the van to assess it. Hartley came with me. The line ran between 2 poles approximately 400 meters apart, then continued to a second section. The relevant section, the one with the conductor degradation, was between pole 6 and pole 7 on the route. I found the poles. Pole 6 had no access issues, flat ground, clear approach. Pole 7 was in a more problematic location. backing onto what had been a residential street, the overgrown edge of someone's garden on one side and a parked lorry on the other. At pole 7, there was also a figure, sitting at the base of the pole, not moving, not in the lurching upright posture, actually sitting back against the pole, head forward. I stopped the van and Hartley and I looked at it for a long time. It wasn't doing what they usually did. It wasn't responding to the van's presence with any directional movement. It was just sitting there. Hartley said, "Is it dead?" I said, "I don't know." We watched for 10 minutes. No movement. I said, "I'm going to drive closer." I drove to within 20 meters of the pole. The figure didn't react. Hartley said, "It might be fully compromised. Some of them..." He stopped. I said, "Some of them what?" He said, "There are reports from early news that some of the infected deteriorate faster than others. Physical deterioration, not just behavioral. The ones who've been infected longest who haven't." He stopped again. I said, "Who haven't fed?" He said, "Yes." I said, "And without?" He said, "Yes. Eventually they stop." We sat there looking at the still figure at the base of the pole. I said, "I can work around it. If it's not moving, I can work around it." Hartley said, "If it's not moving." I said, "Yes. If it starts moving, we leave." He said, "All right." I got out of the van with my toolkit. I walked to pole 6 and I set up the climbing rig, and I went up to where the conductor issue was. I could see it now from pole 6, a section of line about 200 meters further along that had visible sag and discoloration. The characteristic look of a conductor that's been working hard. From the top of pole 6, I could see pole 7 and the figure below it. Still not moving. I worked on pole 6's insulator connection, which was part of the circuit. The conductor replacement itself would require working from pole 7 as well. I couldn't reach the affected section from pole 6 alone. I did what I could do from pole 6, and then I climbed down, and I walked toward pole 7. The figure was approximately 2 meters from the base of the pole. I walked to within 3 meters of it before I stopped and assessed. It was a man, 30s probably. He was in a deteriorated state that I'm going to describe minimally as thin, very thin, skin with a gray quality, no movement in the chest that I could detect. Eyes partially open, unfocused. The posture was entirely passive, no muscle tone in the arms or legs. I climbed pole 7. The figure at the base did not move. I worked for about 25 minutes at height, replacing the connector on the affected section with the spare I'd brought, cleaning the conductor ends, re-terminating with the proper torque. My hands worked methodically, and I kept my eyes on the work, except for periodic checks on the figure below. It did not move throughout. I climbed down. I collected my tools. I walked back to the van in a straight line without looking at the base of pole 7. Hartley said nothing when I got in. We drove back to the facility. That evening, Reynolds reported that Section 7's readings had stabilized. The connector replacement had taken the fault-to-ground risk off the table, at least for now. I ate dinner, and I didn't say much. Day 39. The message from SPU-4 came back. They acknowledged our resupply offer and asked if we could move food supplies to a neutral location, a specific grid reference approximately 7 kilometers from both facilities, where they could collect. I spent day 39 planning the drop. Hartley came. We loaded 2 cases of MREs and 4 of the 5-liter water containers and 2 courses of antibiotics from the medical section, the ones we had duplicates of, into the van. Day 39 afternoon, we drove to the grid reference. It was a maintenance access track off the main road, running alongside a transmission corridor. Empty. We left the cases at the end of the track with a note in a plastic bag. SPU-7. 7 more days of supplies available at our location if you need them. Radio frequency enclosed. Stay safe. Day 40. One more thing happened on day 40 that I haven't mentioned yet, and that I've been sitting with for a while, turning over, trying to understand what it means. I found a notebook. Not my notebook. I'd been using mine throughout, filling it with grid data and perimeter logs and observation records. This was a different notebook. Small brown cover, the kind of thing you pick up at a petrol station. I found it in the locker under the end bunk in the sleeping area. The bunk that had been Nadia's before she moved to the one she preferred. It was in the back of the locker, behind the sealed clothing pack. Like it had been pushed in there and forgotten, or like it had been put there specifically to not be immediately found. I sat on the bunk and I opened it. There was handwriting inside, not Nadia's. I'd seen Nadia's handwriting in notes and lists, and this was different. Smaller, tighter, more vertical letters. Maybe 24 pages of writing, dates at the top of entries. The dates started approximately 8 months before the outbreak. I read the first entry. It said, "Facility check, SPU-7 operational. All systems nominal. Data case updated. Decoy case placed. Exit passage functional." I read the second entry. It said, "Secondary visit. Amended transfer switch documentation in facility records as requested. Note for self, the 4-digit code. If someone comes here and reads this far." It stopped mid-sentence. There was a page tear at the bottom of the entry. Part of the page was gone. I read the third entry. It said, "Cannot complete the documentation amendments today. Something is wrong with the Section 2 parameters. Logging this for the record. If the transfer switch fails..." Another tear. I turned to the last entry. It said, "In full, with no tears. If you're reading this, you found the facility. If you found the facility, you probably know things I'm not going to explain here because you already know them. What you don't know is this. The passage exit in the outer yard is not the only secondary access. There's a third point. I'm not going to write where it is. If you need to know, you'll find it when you need it. The facility is honest. It shows you what you need when you need it. Trust the facility." And below that, as a postscript, in slightly different ink like it was added later, "I left the notebook for whoever comes. I don't know who you'll be, but you're here, and here's the right place to be." I closed the notebook. I sat on the bunk for a while. A third access point. Not in the documentation, not in the hatch I'd found, not anywhere I'd identified. The facility is honest. It shows you what you need when you need it. I had been in this facility for 40 days. I had been through every room, every cabinet, every section of wall and floor I could access. I had not found a third access point. But I also hadn't found the hidden passage until day 22. I sat there as I thought about everything I knew and everything I didn't know about this building. I thought about the motion sensor triggering in the night. I thought about the person at the hatch. I thought about the contractor who'd built the passage. I thought about the notebook entry that stopped mid-sentence where the page was torn. And I thought, I need to go through this facility again. Room by room, systematically. The way I would approach a fault in an electrical system I didn't fully understand. Start at the beginning, trace every circuit, account for every connection. I told the others that evening, showed them the notebook, told them what it said. Nadia read it twice. When she finished, she said, "I didn't know about the third point." Hartley said, "Do you believe her?" I said, "Yes." Reynolds said, "So Fletcher builds something with hidden features that even his own people don't know about." I said, "Fletcher doesn't build things with single points of failure. Everything he's built has redundancy, multiple systems for every function. Why would the facility be different?" Nadia said, "The passage was the secondary egress for the data courier, which is me. A third point might be something different. A primary access for someone who needs to reach the facility without going through the main gate." I said, "Someone like the contractor." She said, "Or someone Fletcher trusts enough to have direct access." I said, "Someone like Fletcher himself." Nobody said anything to that. I said, "I'm going through the facility tomorrow. Every centimeter of it. I need to find the third point before it finds us." Day 41. The systematic search took most of the day. Hartley helped. Reynolds monitored and tracked my progress on the facility blueprint I'd drawn from the standing orders documentation. We found it at 2:40 p.m. in the bunk room of all places. The third access was not a passage. It was a ceiling panel in the bunk room above the third bunk on the left wall. The panel was cut from the same material as the rest of the ceiling and fitted flush. You could not detect the edge by sight alone. I found it by sound, the particular hollow resonance of a void behind a surface, the same way I'd find a cavity in a wall when I was doing installation work. Knocking along the ceiling, listening for the change. The panel above the third bunk was hollow in a way the rest of the ceiling wasn't. I pushed it. It lifted. Above it, a space about 60 centimeters high, running between the ceiling and the floor of whatever was above, except there was nothing above the bunk room in the facility plan. The space should not have existed. I got a torch and I climbed up into the space. It ran approximately 4 meters in the direction of the main tool unit. At the far end, a hatch, same style as the plant room passage hatch, steel, simple mechanism. Beyond the hatch, the underside of a floor section in the main tool unit, the one I'd been treating as an entrance lobby. There was a release mechanism I could only see from inside the space, a pull handle that lifted a section of the tool unit floor. The tool unit's floor had a section that opened from below. I opened it. It opened into the area behind the vehicle charging bay. There was a floor-level cover that from above looked like a utility access plate. The kind of thing you see in commercial premises all the time. Flush with the floor, usually covering a drain or a junction. I'd walked over it probably 50 times. The entry point from outside the facility could reach the tool unit through its regular door, which I'd secured with cable ties, but which was a standard industrial door, not the security spec steel door of the facility corridor. From the tool unit, through the floor access plate, into the crawl space, and up through the bunk room ceiling, into the sleeping area, past the locked facility corridor door, into the heart of the building. I lay on the bunk below the open ceiling panel, and I stared up at it for a long time. The facility is honest. It shows you what you need when you need it. I climbed up and I closed the ceiling panel, and I went to the workshop, and I cut and fabricated a series of steel brackets that I attached across the underside of the ceiling panel, with bolts that went through into the surrounding structure, making the panel impossible to lift from below without cutting the bolts from inside the space. Then I went to the floor plate in the tool unit, and I welded that shut from below. In the space between the crawl space and the tool unit floor, the same way I'd welded the hatch hinges. Then I came back out through the bunk room ceiling panel, closed it, and welded that shut from inside the bunk room. I was in the bunk room when I finished, smelling of weld smoke again, hands dirty again, shoulder aching again. Reynolds was in the doorway. He said, "Is that it?" I said, "That's the one I found." He said, "Is there another one?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "Go through every single surface in this building twice more. Tomorrow." He said, "I'll help." I said, "Thank you." He said, "Calloway." I said, "Yes." He said, "You know what I keep thinking about?" I said, "What?" He said, "How you found this place. A code that hadn't changed in 2 years. You punching in a code by muscle memory and the gate opening." I said, "I know." He said, "Everything that came after, us being here, this grid section staying up, the data surviving, all of it, it started with that gate code." I said, "I know." He said, "Seems like a small thing to be the reason for everything." I said, "Most reasons are small." He said, "Yes, they are." We went through the facility twice more over day 42 and 43, and we found nothing. No additional hidden spaces, no unexplained voids, no unaccounted access points. Either the facility had 3 points and we'd now secured all 3, or it had more that we couldn't detect. I chose to operate on the assumption that we'd found them all, because the alternative was an anxiety I had no way to spend productively. Day 45. I want to tell you about the radio contact. On day 45 at dawn, which was when Fletcher had told me to call, and which I had been doing every 10 days as a standing check-in. The call was different. Fletcher picked up and without preamble he said, "I need to tell you something." I said, "Go on." He said, "There are people coming from the north, not individual survivors, an organized group, 12 to 15 individuals moving south toward your region. They have vehicles and equipment and a purpose." I said, "Who are they?" He said, "The term they use for themselves is the Grid Committee. They're a private body. The people I mentioned to you, the infrastructure investment interests." I said, "The ones who funded part of the facility?" He said, "Yes. They moved faster than I expected them to. They were consolidating in the first weeks, and now they're moving operationally." I said, "Moving toward what?" He said, "Substation Bravo. Your old position at Whitmore B, the substation, where Hartley and Reynolds and Nadia had been for the first 8 days." I said, "Why there?" He said, "It's the most significant single switching point in the regional grid. If you control Whitmore B, you control which sections come online and in what sequence. You can direct restoration deliberately." I said, "And they have people who can operate it." He said, "They have engineers. 2, possibly 3. They know the grid at a conceptual level. They don't have what you have: the practical knowledge, the fault histories, the day-to-day operational understanding. But they know enough to manage a controlled restoration if they're positioned at Whitmore B with the right switching authority." I said, "And the data Nadia has?" He said, "Yes. If they had that data, they wouldn't need to figure anything out. They could implement a complete restoration plan immediately in the order that served their interests." I said, "How far north?" He said, "They left a known position 2 days ago. I don't have real-time tracking. Best estimate is they'll reach your region within 3 to 5 days. I said, "Are they hostile?" He said, "They're motivated. In my experience, motivated people become hostile when they encounter obstacles." I said, "Are we the obstacle?" He said, "You have something they want." I said, "We have things everyone wants." He said, "Yes. But they're organized and they're moving with a plan. That's different from individuals seeking safety." I said, "What do you recommend?" He said, I built this facility for 8 people. I built it to last. I recommend you use it the way it was designed. I said, meaning what specifically? He said, meaning maintain your position, maintain your operational capability, and don't give them what they're looking for without conditions. You have something they want. That means you have leverage. I said, and if they're not interested in leverage? He said, then you have a facility with secured access and a stock of supplies that would take them considerable effort to breach. I said, and weapons. He said, and weapons. I said, Fletcher. He said, yes. I said, are you actually trying to protect what we're doing here, or are you playing a longer game that I don't fully see? A pause. He said, both. I said, and those goals are aligned right now. He said, they are right now, yes. I said, all right. He said, Calloway, the people coming north are not infected. They're human beings with a plan they believe in. I said, I know. He said, treat them like human beings. I said, yes, I know how to do that. He said, I know you do. He ended the call. I sat with the satellite phone in my hands, and I thought about the word leverage and what it meant in a world with no institutions left to enforce leverage. Then I went and got the others, and I told them. Day 45 through day 48. Preparation. This is what we had in 4 days that we used productively. Hartley mapped every approach route to the facility from north, south, east, and west, grading them by how observable they were from our CCTV positions and how much of the outer area was effectively surveilled. We had 2 cameras covering the outer road, the main gate view and a secondary view I'd installed using the CCTV's portable camera module on day 20, mounted at the corner of the inner fence. Total coverage was about 70% of the outer perimeter. The 30% gap was on the western side where the inner fence ran along the back of the main tool unit. Reynolds did an audit of everything in the facility that might have trade or negotiation value to people who were resource limited but operational. Not weapons, those stayed internal. But consumables, medical supplies specifically, and tools. People who were moving operationally in an infected environment needed medical supplies more than almost anything. Nadia copied the grid specification data onto 2 separate encrypted drives, copies of the original, and stored one in a location inside the facility that she specified to me and only to me, sealed, with the location written in a code we established based on the grid section designations. If something happened to Nadia, I could find it. If something happened to me, I'd told Nadia to tell Reynolds the code. Redundancy. Everything in this building worked on redundancy. I did the grid maintenance runs that needed doing. Section 9 had a voltage regulation issue that I addressed on day 47, and Section 7's overhead line had a secondary connector that I'd noticed fraying during the Pole 7 inspection that I replaced on day 48. And I thought about the grid committee and what they wanted and what we had and what the shape of a conversation between us might look like. I thought about leverage and conditions and what conditions we would actually want to set that made things better rather than just protecting our position. What made things better was the grid coming back up in a way that served the people who needed it, meaning hospitals first, residential and commercial after, industrial and economic infrastructure in a sequence that rebuilt civil life rather than just commercial advantage. What the grid committee presumably wanted was a restoration sequence that protected their investment positions. Those goals were not incompatible. They might even align on most points. The question was the points where they didn't. I thought about this until it was as clear as I could make it. Then I waited. Day 50. They came from the north, as Fletcher had said. I saw them on the CCTV at 9 a.m., 2 vehicles on the outer road, moving slowly and cautiously, the way vehicles moved when driven by people who understood the terrain now. A Land Rover and a transit van, both with improvised modifications I could see even on the CCTV. Welded mesh over the grills, something that looked like plate steel on the door panels. They stopped at the outer gate. The Land Rover's window came down and a face appeared, looking at the facility through the gate. A woman, 50s, dark hair. She looked at the gate, and then at the facility building, and then at the CCTV camera directly. She knew the camera was there. She raised one hand, palm out. Not a wave. Still deliberate acknowledgement. I see you. I'm visible. I watched her for about 30 seconds. Then I pressed the intercom button. The facility had an intercom on the outer gate post, which I'd tested and never used. And I said, "Who are you?" Her voice came through the intercom. "My name is Watts. We're 12 people, no infected among us. We've come from the north. We'd like to talk." I said, "About what?" She said, "About the grid, and about the data that can help us restore it." I said, "You've been at Whitmore B." A pause. She said, "We assessed it." We moved on. The congregation at the eastern perimeter is too large now. We need the grid data to plan a restoration sequence that doesn't require physical presence at every switching point simultaneously. I said, "You need what I have and what my team can do." She said, "Yes." I said, "And in return?" She said, "We have 12 people with various skills and resources. We have vehicles and supplies. We have communications links to several other operational groups in the region and beyond." I said, "And the restoration. What sequence do you want?" A longer pause. She said, "The most defensible sequence. Medical infrastructure first, residential second, economic third. In that order." I said, "That's what I'd want too." She said, "Then we have a foundation." I said, "Yes, hold on." I went to the others. I told them what she'd said. Hartley said she could be lying about the sequence. I said, "Yes." Reynolds said, "What do you think?" I said, "I think someone who drove here through infected territory with 12 people and stopped at the gate and showed her face to a camera is not someone whose primary strategy is deception." Nadia said, "Agreed." Hartley said, "What are the conditions?" I said, "The restoration sequence in writing, specific and in the order she said. A full resource disclosure from their side, and they don't come in the facility. We work together from here. They provide logistics and coverage. We provide the grid knowledge and the data. And we meet in a neutral space outside to share what needs to be shared." Hartley said, "Is that enough protection?" I said, "I don't think there's a version of this where we have complete protection. There's only versions where we have enough leverage and enough shared interest that defecting doesn't make sense for either party." Reynolds said, "Rational cooperation." I said, "Yes." Hartley said, "All right." I went back to the intercom. I said, "Watts, here are the conditions." I told her. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "The resource disclosure I can do. The restoration sequence in writing, I'll have it to you within the hour. The facility perimeter will respect. We need a meeting location." I said, "There's an access track approximately 2 kilometers south. Middle of the track, open ground on both sides, clear sight lines." 1 hour. She said, "Agreed." I said, "4 of us." She said, "4 of us." I said, "And Watts?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Where are you from, originally?" A pause. She said, Birmingham, you? I said, here. Local. I work the grid here. She said, that's why we're here, Calloway. She knew my name. Of course she did. Fletcher, or the records, or both. I said, 1 hour. Day 50, 10 a.m. The meeting was the most surreal 90 minutes of my life, including the 50 days that preceded it. We stood on a mud track in an open field. 8 people total, because Watts had brought 3 of her people and I'd brought Hartley, Reynolds, and Nadia. Around us, in the middle distance, the countryside was doing what the countryside always does in early winter. Gray sky, bare trees, flat light, as if the world hadn't registered that it had changed. Watts was 53, it turned out, had been a civil engineer before moving into infrastructure project management. She'd been 3 days into a project assessment when the outbreak started and had been at her company's regional office when it became clear that staying there was not an option. She'd assembled her group, mostly colleagues, 1 or 2 others who joined along the way. And she'd spent 30 days moving and assessing before consolidating and beginning to move toward a plan. She had an engineer named Whitfield on her team. Late 30s, electrical background. Genuinely knew grid systems. Not at my level, but better than she'd implied on the intercom, which told me she'd been calibrating her pitch. She had a doctor, not a consultant or a specialist, a GP named Abigail Ford, 40-something, who had been working from a consolidated practice in the early days and who had joined them when the practice was no longer tenable. This was the single most valuable non-grid asset I could imagine anyone having, and I told her so directly when Watts introduced us. Ford looked at me steadily and said, "Who's the leg injury?" I said, "Reynolds. He's healed well." She said, "I'll look at it." Reynolds, standing next to me, "I'm fine." She said, "I'm sure you are." Reynolds said to me quietly, "I'm going to lose this one." I said, "Yes." We talked for 90 minutes. Watts laid out the restoration sequence document she'd drafted in the hours since our conversation. Medical first, residential second, economic third. The specific sections in the specific order. Whitfield had worked out the switching sequence required, which was technically reasonable. Not what I would have done, but not wrong either. I said, Section 8 before Section 2. The hospital feed before the residential. She said yes. Section 8 is already on the alternate. I said, Section 8 is up and running on primary now. Section 2 came back online 8 days ago. Whitfield looked up. I said, transfer switch fault on the standby at the substation. It wasn't switching automatically. I replaced the contacts. Whitfield said, you went to that substation. I said, yes. He said, alone. I said, with cover. He looked at Watts. Something in that look told me about their dynamic. She gave him the space to run the technical assessment, and she weighed what he gave her. He said, if Section 2 is live, Section 8 is stable, and 7 and 9 are up. We can begin a staged restoration of 6 other sections using the existing high-voltage transmission backbone as the reference. We don't need to do this from Whitmore B. We can do it from the switching points downstream. I said, we'll need the grid data for the switching sequence. He said, yes. Nadia said from beside me, I have it. Whitfield looked at her. She said, I have a full specification for the regional network. Every switching point, every transformer, every fault history for the past 3 years. He said, where did you get that? She said, I'm not going to explain the full history. He said, that's... He stopped. He looked at Watts. Watts said simply, extraordinary. Nadia said, yes, it is. We agreed on the framework. Watts's team would provide logistics and coverage for the switching operations, moving vehicles, watching approaches, enabling the kind of work that needed more than one vehicle and more than 4 people. We would provide the technical knowledge and the data. The restoration sequence would follow the agreed order. We agreed on a communication channel, a shared frequency that was not the restricted band I'd been using with Hartley's team, but a civil contingency channel that we'd all be monitoring. Daily check-ins. We did not share the facility's internal details with them. Watts didn't ask. I think she understood that some things are not on the table in a first agreement, and that trust is built in stages. Ford looked at Reynolds' leg. She told him the healing was good, but there was some scar tissue forming that he should monitor, and she gave him a set of exercises for it from the medical kit she was carrying, which was considerably more comprehensive than anything I had. Before we left, Watts said to me, "How did you find the facility?" I told her. The pole, the junction, the gate code. She said, "You were lucky?" I said, "Yes." She said, "And then you weren't lucky. You were careful." I said, "I tried to be." She said, "That's the combination. Luck and then careful." I said, "Yes." She said, "We'll talk tomorrow on the channel." I said, "Tomorrow." We drove back to the facility separately. When I came through the gate and Nadia got out of the van and went inside, I stayed in the inner yard for a moment, looking at the gate and the fence and the facility building. 48 days ago, I'd pulled in here in a government van after driving away from a junction where everything had changed. I'd punched in a code by habit and the gate had opened and I'd gone inside and I hadn't known what I was going to find. What I'd found had kept me alive. Not just physically alive, operationally alive, with purpose and work and people and something to maintain. I went inside and Hartley made dinner and we ate together, and Reynolds told a story about the worst job he'd ever been on in his civil contingency career, which involved a flooded basement, 2 weeks of equipment submersion, and a misaddressed equipment order that resulted in 17 industrial fans arriving at the site instead of the 16 pumps that had been requisitioned. It was a funny story, told at length and with the particular energy of someone who hadn't had the space to tell stories for 7 weeks. I laughed at it properly. Not politely, properly. It was the first time I'd laughed like that since Thursday evening 7 weeks ago, when I'd been on the pole watching the clouds come in from the west and thinking about getting home and heating something up for dinner. Day 55. The restoration work began. I'm going to tell you about this more briefly than I've told you about some things, because the detail belongs to a different kind of account. More technical, less personal. The day-to-day reality of it was long, careful, methodical work across a region that was simultaneously hostile and familiar. Roads I'd driven 100 times with different conditions on them. Substations I'd worked in with different people beside me. The same faults, the same tools, the same logic. And outside every fence line, the world that used to be. What changed in week 8 and 9 was the visible evidence that other people were surviving. Not just us, not just Watts's group, not just the SPU teams. People in buildings, watching from windows, people who'd locked themselves in correctly and stayed there and who were still there. As the grid came back up section by section, as lights started appearing in windows at night, not many, not everywhere, but some. Those lights were the evidence of people who'd done what needed doing and survived. I drove past a house on day 57 where a light was on in the upstairs window, and there was a child's drawing tape to the inside of the glass. I couldn't see it in detail. It was dark and I was moving. But the color of it, red and green, was visible for about 3 seconds as we passed. I thought about pork chop. I thought about my dad. On day 60, I called Fletcher and told him the restoration progress. He was quiet for a while after I gave him the numbers. Then he said, "That's ahead of where I thought you'd be." I said, "We have good people." He said, "You have the right people for this specific situation." "That's not always the same thing as good people." I said, "It is in this case." He said, "Yes, in this case." He said, "Calloway, I owe you an explanation." I said, "Of what?" He said, "Of why the team didn't come to SPU 7, the full reason, not the operational version I gave you earlier." I said, "Go on." He said, "They were ordered not to." I said, "By who?" He said, "By the same people who funded the secondary passage and who knew about the data Nadia was carrying. I didn't know they'd interfered with the activation order until it was too late to reverse it." I said, "They wanted the facility empty." He said, "They wanted the facility available for access. If the team was there, accessing the facility for their purposes, the data, would require confronting the team. With the facility empty, a single operative could come in through the passage without any of that complexity." I said, "And Nadia coming to collect the data?" He said, "She was supposed to be gone before they arrived. She was supposed to take the data and leave before day 1. "What happened?" I said. "The outbreak happened faster than the plan allowed for." He said, "Yes." I said, "And instead of getting the data out, she was stuck there for 2 days, and then the grid team arrived, and she was stuck there with them." He said, "And then you arrived." I said, "And then I arrived." He said, "The person who came to the hatch on night 31, that was the same interest that redirected the team." I said, "They're still out there." He said, "They're still out there, and they've now assessed that direct access to the facility is no longer practical given your security additions. They've moved to a different approach." I said, "Which is?" He said, "Approaching Watts's group, offering resources and support for a position in the restoration governance." I said, "And Watts," he said, "she's careful and she's not naive. But she has 12 people to feed and equipment to maintain, and she can't rule out useful partnerships on principle." I said, "I need to tell her." He said, "Yes." I said, "Fletcher, who are these people specifically? Not abstractly. Who?" He gave me a name. I said, "I know that name." He said, "Yes, you would, from the grid project work." I said, "They're a large infrastructure investment company. They have contracts across the eastern region. They've been involved in grid maintenance tendering for years." He said, "And now they're positioned to have a significant role in grid restoration, if they can manage the sequence." I said, "And if they have the data?" He said, "And if they have the data?" I said, "They won't get the data." He said, "I know, but that's not their only route now. They have Whitfield's work and the structural knowledge and 3 engineers who know enough to implement a partial restoration without the full specification. It would be slower and more error-prone, but possible." I said, "Then they don't need us." He said, "They need credibility. You've been maintaining the grid for 8 weeks. That's operational history and institutional knowledge that no amount of documentation substitutes for. They need that in the room." I said, "They're not getting it by threatening us." He said, "No, they might try another way." I said, "Offer us something." He said, "Yes. Find out what you need that they can provide, and think about what you can offer them that isn't the data and isn't control." I said, "That's called a negotiation." He said, "Yes, that's what it's called." I said, "I've never negotiated anything more complex than a subcontractor rate." He said, "The principles are the same." I said, "Are they?" He said, Mostly. I talked to Watts that afternoon on the channel. Told her about the company, told her about the hatch, told her about the redirection of the activation team. She was quiet for a while. Then she said, "They approached us 3 days ago." I said, "I know." She said, "I've been deciding what to think about it." I said, "What did they offer?" She said, "Fuel. Diesel, enough for 4 months of vehicle and generator operation, medical equipment, and a communications network link that would give us access to groups in other regions." I said, "Significant." She said, "Yes, significant." I said, "What do they want?" She said, "Representation in what they called the Regional Grid Restoration Committee, governance authority over Section 8. I said, "The hospital feed." She said, "Yes." I said, "Watts." She said, "I know." I said, "Section 8 feeds emergency infrastructure. Control over its restoration timeline is not a commercial asset. It's a life and death infrastructure decision." She said, "I know that, Calloway." I said, "What did you tell them?" She said, "I told them I'd consider the offer." I said, "And now?" She said, "And now you've told me this. And it's worse than I thought it was going to be." I said, "Yes." She said, "What do you recommend?" I said, "Take the fuel and the medical equipment. Those are resources we need. Decline governance authority over any section in exchange for resources. Governance has to be earned through operational contribution, not purchased." She said, "They'll push back." I said, "Let them push back." She said, "They have enough engineers to operate sections independently if they choose." I said, "Not well, not reliably, and not with the grid data, which means not with the fault history, which means they'll be guessing on switching sequences, and they'll blow protection relays and lose sections." She said, "You'd know that would happen and not prevent it." I said, "I'd offer to prevent it, at the cost of them keeping Section 8 out of their governance structure." She said, "Leverage." I said, "Yes." Fletcher told me the same word. She said, "All right, Calloway. I'll negotiate with them directly, and I'll follow your line. But I want you at the table." I said, "I'm not a negotiator." She said, "You're the most important operational person in this conversation. You need to be there." I said, "When?" She said, "Tomorrow. Their group is 12 kilometers north. I'll set the meeting." I said, "All right." I told the others that evening. Hartley said he was coming. Nadia said she was coming. Reynolds said his leg was fully healed and there was no reasonable argument against him coming. So all four of us, all four of the people who'd been in that facility for varying parts of the past 8 weeks, were going to a meeting table to negotiate the terms of a grid restoration with a company that had tried to steal the data and redirect the team and come to our hatch in the middle of the night. Reynolds said, "What do you think they'll be like?" I said, "Organized. They've kept 12 people operational for 8 weeks, which is not easy. Their people believe in what they're doing, or they wouldn't have stayed." Nadia said, "They believe the grid is worth restoring. We agree on that." Hartley said, "It's everything else we have to negotiate." I said, "Yes." The meeting was the day after, day 61, and it went for 4 hours. I'm not going to give you a meeting transcript because that's not what this is. I'll tell you the outcome. They took the offer I'd given Watts. Resources in exchange for operational contribution. No governance authority over Section 8 or any other section as a commercial arrangement. Representation in a restoration council that was proportional to operational contribution from all groups, meaning us, them, Watts, and the SPU-4 team that we'd been in communication with. Section 8 stays under civil contingency authority, meaning our authority, meaning the people who'd been running it since the beginning. The fuel they delivered the following day: 400 liters of diesel, enough to run our generator for months. The medical equipment arrived the day after. Ford, who'd been involved in the meeting, did the inventory and said it was good quality and genuinely useful. Their engineers worked with me on the Section 4 restoration, the commercial strip section that I'd fixed at the junction box on day 10, and that had developed a new fault since. Their engineer, a man named Callum, was better than I'd expected and more honest about the limits of his knowledge than I'd feared. We spent a full day working side by side, and by the end of it, I trusted his technical judgment, even if I didn't fully trust the organization behind him. Day 63. I want to tell you about the morning of day 63 because it was, in a way I find hard to describe precisely. The first morning I'd had since the beginning that felt like forward motion rather than holding position. The facility's grid monitoring was showing sections 7, 9, 2, 4, 6, and 8 all operational. Section 5, the industrial and manufacturing corridor, was still offline and would require significant work to restore. Section 3, the dense commercial center of the city, the true urban core, was still offline and might be offline for a considerable time given the density of infected in that area. But 6 sections up and running and maintained. 6 sections meant hospitals with reliable power. 6 sections meant water treatment facilities staying operational. 6 sections meant communications infrastructure, the signals that were carrying the civil contingency broadcasts to people who were still sheltering and who were beginning to move toward the designated safe points as the infrastructure steadied. Watts's group had begun doing road clearance in the north. Careful, methodical clearing of blocked routes using their vehicles in coordination with Callum's team. The infected density in the cleared areas was declining as fewer sources of noise and movement to attract them continued. The pattern was exactly what it should be. As the world went quieter and infrastructure went back up, and organized movement created consistent cleared corridors, the infected dispersed because the concentration of sound dispersed. They were still everywhere. We were not close to safe. But the shape of things was changing. Reynolds had been on the comms since 5 a.m. when he'd taken the early watch. And when I got up at 6, he was on the channel with someone I didn't recognize. A new voice, calm, fest, calling from a grid reference I plotted on the map as approximately 40 kilometers northeast. New contact, someone who'd found a working radio and a frequency we were monitoring, someone who was alive. I poured coffee and sat down next to Reynolds, and I listened to the voice coming through the static. It was a man. His name, he said, was Harvey. He was at a community center in a town about 40 kilometers from us, with 11 people, and they'd been there for 60 days. And they had enough food for another month. And they'd been trying to get this radio frequency to carry for 4 days. Reynolds said, "Harvey, this is SPU 7. We hear you clearly. What do you need?" Harvey said, "We need power. We've been running a diesel generator and we're down to 3 days of fuel. We have 2 elderly people who need medical monitoring. We have a child, she's 5 months old, and her mother, and they're both healthy but we're worried about winter." Reynolds said, "We have power and we have a doctor. Give us your exact location." Harvey gave it. Reynolds said, "Stay on this frequency. We'll make contact in 24 hours. Harvey said, "Are you government?" Reynolds looked at me. I said, "We're what's left of the government for this area. Basically." Reynolds said to Harvey, "We're a civil contingency unit. We're maintaining regional grid infrastructure. You found the right people." Harvey said, "I've been trying to raise someone for 4 days." Reynolds said. "You found us now. Stay put. Stay safe. We're coming." Harvey said, "Thank you, He stopped. A pause. He said, "I didn't think there was anyone left." Reynolds said, "There are people left. We're here." And that was that. After the call ended, Reynolds and I sat there for a while. I said, 40 kilometers. He said, "Yes." I said, "Through what kind of territory?" He said, "We'd have to assess." I said, "Yes." He said, "A 5-month-old baby." I said, "Yes." He said, "We're going." I said, "Yes, we're going." We told the others. Nadia immediately went to the medical section and began putting together a pack for the doctor, for Ford, who we'd need to bring. Hartley plotted the route on the map, 3 possible approaches, color-coded by his assessment of risk. Reynolds logged the call and the grid reference and began drafting a communications plan for the day. I went to the workshop and I started preparing the van. This is what I do. When there's a problem, I prepare. When there's work, I start the work. When there's something broken, I find out why it's broken and I fix it. I am Owen Calloway, government electrical contractor, 34 years old. Now somewhere past 63 days into the end of the world as it used to be, and the beginning of it as it is now. I didn't prepare for this. I had no survival training, no supplies pre-positioned, no plan B when the plan A of going to work and coming home stopped being available. What I had was a job I knew how to do, a gate code I hadn't forgotten, and the habit of working a problem from one end to the other until I understood it well enough to address it. It got me here. It's getting me through. Harvey and 11 people are waiting at a community center 40 kilometers away. They've been there 60 days, and they're alive. And they found a radio, and they found us. I'm going to go and find them. Day 64. We left at first light, all 4 of us plus Ford. 5 people in the van, Hartley's route on a printed map on the dashboard, Nadia's data in the case on her lap, the medical pack in the rear, the comms unit on the back seat. The road north. I want to describe the road north on day 64 because it was different from any road I'd driven in the previous 9 weeks. Not in a dramatic way. In a small way, that mattered. At about 12 kilometers out, we passed through a stretch of residential area that I'd assessed on an earlier run as having moderate infected density. On that earlier run, the density had been what I expected. Figures moving in their dispersed pattern, responding to sound, the particular Walking Dead quality of a world that had stopped recognizing itself. This morning, 12 kilometers out on day 64, the density was different. Lower, significantly lower. The residential street we drove through had 3 visible figures in a stretch that had previously had 15 to 20. Not none, not safe, but fewer. I noted it, but didn't say anything. At 20 kilometers out, same pattern, lower density. Some areas I could see through for a full block without identifying a figure. I said, "The numbers are dropping." Hartley said, "I noticed." Reynolds said, "Consistent with the sound dispersal theory. As the noise sources consolidate and clear corridors establish, they disperse along the corridors rather than concentrating in dense areas." I said, "Over what time frame does that continue?" Reynolds said, "Unknown. But the direction is correct." Nadia said from the back, "Ford, what do you know about deterioration rates?" Ford said, "Not enough." The honest answer is not enough. But the physical degradation I've seen in the ones that haven't been active is consistent with starvation rates in extreme cases. If they're not feeding... She stopped. She said, "Some of them will stop. Not all, not soon, but some." the world is not turning back into what it was. I'm not telling you it is. What I'm telling you is that it's going in a direction, and the direction, if we do the work correctly, is toward something livable. Day 64, 27 kilometers from the facility. We passed a petrol station. I know I said I was going to keep this account about what was important and not drag it out, and I'm nearly done. But the petrol station matters. Not the petrol station specifically, a standard forecourt, 2 pumps, a shop unit. It mattered because of what was inside it. We stopped because we needed fuel, and because Hartley spotted through the windscreen that the shop light was on, not running on generator. We checked the connection, and it was mains power. Grid power. Section 4, the one we'd restored at the junction box on day 10 and maintained since. The shop was lit. Fridge units were on. The display screen on the pump was showing a maintenance standby screen that indicated the pump systems were powered. I got out and walked around the forecourt. No figures nearby. The shop door was locked. Standard lock, one of the keys from my ring fitted. A universal retail fit I'd had for years from depot access work. I went inside. It was cold. The fridges were running but had been restocked from whatever had been in them at the beginning. Nothing more. Most of the shelves were depleted. But the back room, the stock room, the small office, the supply area, had cases of water and soft drinks stacked against the wall, untouched, too heavy for someone fleeing in the first days to have taken easily. I took what I could carry. Water, drinks, some tinned goods from a shelf in the back, a first aid kit from behind the counter, sealed, newer than what I'd found anywhere else. I filled the van from the pumps. The pumps worked because there was power and the pump system was automated. I filled both tanks fully and added the fuel cans from the back. Nadia came in and looked at the shop. She picked up 2 chocolate bars from the rack near the checkout. The ones that were still there because they were behind a display at eye level that someone foraging quickly might have missed. And she held them out. I took one. We stood in the lit shop and ate chocolate bars in the quiet of a world that was slowly, tentatively, in specific small places, beginning to remember that it had been something more than what it had recently become. Ford said from the doorway, "We should keep moving." I said, "Yes." 40 kilometers. 12 people waiting. A baby 5 months old who had never known a world that worked the way the world used to work, who was going to grow up in whatever this world becomes. I got back in the van. 43 kilometers from the facility, at a converted community center on the edge of a market town, Harvey and his people were waiting. Harvey was a 62-year-old former schoolteacher with gray stubble and a steady handshake. He'd organized 11 people, a range of ages, a range of situations, a range of how they'd ended up there. With the particular quiet authority of someone who spends their career managing rooms full of people who don't necessarily want to be managed. The mother's name was Chloe. The baby was named after her maternal grandmother. She was 5 months old, and she had her mother's eyes, and she was perfectly well and completely unaware of any of it. Chloe said, holding her daughter, "We've been in here for 9 weeks. Is things getting better out there?" I thought about the right answer to this. I said, "In some places. In the areas we've been working, yes. Not everywhere. Not uniformly. But the direction is right if we do the work." She said, "Are we going to be all right?" I said, "I can't promise that. But we have power and we have grid coverage and we have a team that's working on the rest. And we found you. So yes, the direction is right." She looked at her daughter, and then she looked up at me. She said, "Thank you for coming." I said, "We were always going to come." We just needed to know where to look. Ford was already at work with the elderly members of Harvey's group. Blood pressure, medications, a careful check-in that was clearly welcome and clearly overdue. Reynolds was connecting Harvey's radio to the facility's frequency with the range extender we'd brought. Nadia was looking at Harvey's map of the area and making notes about grid access points I hadn't been able to assess from the facility's data. Hartley was standing in the doorway of the community center, looking out at the car park. I went and stood next to him. He was looking at nothing in particular. Just looking. I said, "You all right?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Amy." I said, "I know." He said, she's adaptable. She's good under pressure. I've always known that." I said, "You told me she was sensible." He said, "She is. She's the most sensible person I know." I said, "Then she's doing something smart." He said, "Yes? That's what you said on day 19. I said, "It's still true." He said, "It's still not certain." I said, "No. But it's still the most likely outcome." He looked at me for a moment. He said, "What do you think it took for someone like her, or your parents, to get through this far?" I said, "Same thing as us. A good location, moving fast, and then not doing anything stupid." He said, "And luck." I said, "And luck." He said, "And then careful." I said, "Yes, and then careful." The baby made a sound from inside the room behind us. Not crying. Just the sound babies make when they're aware of the world. That exploratory noise that's more observation than complaint. Her mother's voice, soft, responding. Outside the car park, the road was empty in both directions. A crow on a fence post at the far edge of the car park looked at nothing with the complete certainty of a creature that had never required the world to explain itself. I said, "We should head back before it gets dark." Hartley said, "Yes." I said, "Harvey's group will need to move to a better position. We can plan that on the comms." He said, "Yes." I said, "Section 3 is still offline. City center. Dense infection still. That's the next major work." He said, "Yes." I said, "It'll take months." He said, "Yes." I said, "But not forever." He said, "No, not forever." We went back inside. I'm Owen Calloway. I'm a government electrician. I was fixing a faulty isolator switch on a Thursday evening when the world changed. I found a facility I wasn't supposed to find. I stayed alive in it because I did the work I knew how to do. I found people who needed what I had, and I found out I needed what they had. And slowly, day by day, section by section, with every cleared road and every lit window and every voice on the radio that turns out to be someone still alive and still trying. We're keeping the lights on.